I'd like to welcome everybody out to the budget meeting on April 11th, 2025. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you to everyone for joining us this morning. As far as the agenda goes, we need to switch number 5, which is the stormwater, streets, infrastructure, sanitation, environmental, with number 3 on our list today on the agenda. We'll switch that around as one of our guys is tied up into a meeting right now. So, other than that, do I have a motion from the council to approve the draft agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on. First up, Public Works. Mr. Matt, you have the floor, sir.
Streets, public infrastructure. 7 is public infrastructure.
Matt, which area are you going to start with in here so the council can get into the right
What tab do we
part?
need to go to?
Yeah, well, let me just get everything here. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, let me give you just a little bit of an overview before we jump into
Thank you.
the departments here. So in your budget books, you have all the presentations that have previously been given to you, and then you have in tab 2, you'll see where we have the revenues that have been projected out. So these have within the revenues, they have the projections that I received from the county as far as property tax values, and at our current tax rate of 16 cents. These are calculated at right now 98.5% collection. We cannot go above collection rate. We usually are right around 99% collection rate. It's always best practice to well, you have to be below collection rate, but it's best practice to be a little conservative on that. You do not ever want to be right at your collection rate. And then the intergovernmental taxes and things like that, those did come out from the league. These are also projected conservatively. I actually was on a call with the League of Municipalities this week and the Budget Association. I was conservative coming into this, luckily, because their projections, they said to be more conservative than what they had projected. And I was. So these are actually very good projections,
Okay.
according to what they were saying. Then as we go through the different revenues that are in here, these have been discussed with different department heads as far as like the building permits and things like that. So they're having conversations with those. The let's see. You'll see like with the parking program, we are waiting on the House bill still. And those are, that's also a conservative number. And
Where does that show up, please? Oh, there we go. Parking. I see it. I see it.
under the service charges.
Second one down. Yeah.
Mhm.
And what does that House bill do, please?
What-
That House bill. What does it do?
Yeah, so the on-street parking that, right? I always say it backwards. Yeah. So the on-street parking has to be used for parking, and the House bill allows it to be used for parking and general fund purposes.
Another
so-
general fund.
right.
Okay. So until that comes through, we have to use it for parking.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about, and I don't want to truncate what you're saying because you're
on a roll here, but when we come to county fire fees, I got on my high horse last year, and I'd like to get on that same horse again this year. But you tell me when it's appropriate.
For the fire fee projection, I didn't come up with that.
No,
That's
I know you didn't. You
from
don't.
the county.
I know. I'm what I'm saying is I'd like to make the same. Last year, we increased the fire fee projection after I lobbied with council with some facts. And I'd like to do the same thing this year because I don't believe that the 2,509,000 is realistic. I think the number that we should, in fact, gain from county fire fees is going to be significantly higher than that, as it has been every year. But again, I'll make that spiel when it's appropriate. I just didn't want to get off this page, which is
Yeah,
our revenues.
We can definitely talk about that with the fire department too.
Okay. Well, tell me when.
Yeah.
You know.
I can make a note next to.
No, I mean, this is something that council has to either approve or
Right,
not approve
yes.
based upon my logic. And
Yeah, so when Richard and Joseph are here and up here, and we can talk about
Okay.
that, and yeah,
Okay, good. Just I didn't want to miss that opportunity.
right,
But
yes,
We'll do that when the fire department is up on the hot seat.
yeah.
Okay, good.
Tara, sorry to interrupt. We go back to those parking fees. I don't think, even if the bill passes, I don't think we should use those parking funds for anything other than paying for the parking until all the taxpayer funds are back in the general fund. Part of the reason for paid parking is to let people other than taxpayers, our taxpayers, help pay for it. That's it.
Yeah. But this is our support for that fund, and our request to get that bill in there is a contingency looking down the road. It could be 1 or 2 years or more before that bill gets passed. So, I mean, it's the consensus basically is we have to pay off everything, but at some point in time, those funds will be able to go back into the general fund and be able to use for other things.
Right.
I mean, so.
I think
Yeah,
and
so
the-
I mean, you would still budget for funds to come in, and they would be restricted for use on parking related purposes at this point. Whatever those parking purposes are, as far as what the expenditures are for the parking right now.
Yeah,
too.
but I agree with Charlie. At this point, those funds should go back into paying for the cost that we have to do the parking.
Right.
You know, and once the parking is
They
taken
have,
care
they
of,
have to.
yeah,
Mhm.
and until that bill comes through. But once both the parking is paid for and the bill goes through, then we can use it in our general fund. Thank you, Charlie.
Welcome.
So another note that I want to make on here is under you'll see an increase in special event fees for revenue. So we're bringing Sunset Fund back into general fund. So basically, the event fees that are taken in for Sunset at Sunset will be in this line for that event, and the event for Sunset at Sunset, the portion of the event that will be paid out of general fund will be completely covered by the fees that come in through this. And then the portion that has traditionally in the last few years that's not covered by the fees that come in, the revenue that comes in for that event will be in the accommodation tax fund. So basically the buses, because of the venue change being in the park and we've had to have buses, we're scaling back the buses. Uh, with Amy coming in and like reevaluating it and looking at it, it looks like, you know, we can scale that back. She'll talk more about that as we get to her. But so we can move that portion of the event to the accommodation tax fund in her section of that, and then have just in general fund the revenue portion of Sunset at Sunset and the expenditure portion of Sunset at Sunset. It will wash in general fund. And so it should just be an even in and out. We'll watch it. And if there's sponsorships or more revenue comes in, we can have it as an assigned fund balance, kind of like we do for the building inspections, the fire department fees, anything that's like has the specific, which would also be until like if parking fees come in and they're assigned, it can be an assigned fund balance because it's restricted for specific purposes. So if things come in and they are assigned for a specific purpose, they'll have their own fund balance. And that's just kind of how I think it'll be. Otherwise, that fund is going to go negative because it can't survive with the buses coming out of there as well. And this way, the council's not really putting money into the event. I just wanted to make note of that being higher so that you could see that that's why that revenue line is higher right there. But we'll go into that more when Amy's up here. The other revenues that are in here, the interest earnings, they're projected to be higher this year than they will be next year. I've talked to the trust where we have our interest-bearing accounts. Most of our interest-bearing accounts, they're coming in strong this year. They'll be a little bit less next year, but they're above what we budgeted last year. And then there is a specialist. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. I just have one quick question. What is a mosquito funds?
So that is a grant that we get every year from the county.
Okay.
And it's
The burn
it's the same every year. It covers our expense
I
for
thought they
like the
made their own
briquettes and the
fundraiser.
stuff that yeah.
Is that for raising mosquitoes or eliminating mosquitoes?
Getting it kind of feels like we're probably raising them, but we're trying to get rid of them.
Okay.
Or at least bring the population down. So, and this is just the very first draft. I know that the levy hasn't been done yet or anything like that, but the special assessment is in here, and this is a very first draft, and it can change depending on what the direction is of the council. So this is not set in stone. You're not voting on this today, but there is money in here for the special assessment for dredging because it is a possibility. And so that's part of this.
Without that, we dropped down to 604,000 for the general fund balance. We take that out.
604. Where are you?
I'm taking I cited 8. If we don't end up collecting the 875.
Oh, it can. Yeah, it's absolutely fluid. I just had I put a number there for right now. I mean,
I don't know.
it's not a.
Where's the second page?
And what's that based
Got it.
upon, Tara? Our assumption as to when people are going to pay their special assessment, whether they pay it all up front or whether they pay it over 3 years or whatever the rules of
That's the
engagement
dredging special assessment, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
are. Yes. That's why you're guessing, because you don't know what options people are going to
Right.
choose.
Yeah, my plan is to reach out to some of the other municipalities on the coast that have had dredging projects to kind of see how what their collection has been like.
Okay, good.
So, like I said, this is a very first rough draft, but that's kind of what we're looking at, and this is an open discussion and for department heads for you to talk about what's in here, what path you see forward for them, these are where our revenues are at, and for you to see like what we have. And there's a page on tab 3. The probably like the one that is useful is the behind tab 3. It's the fourth page back. It has the boxes for each department of what they've asked for, as far as like different capital, different staff, things like that. It's what was in their presentations basically. And then just any questions that you have, and I can, do you have any other questions in the general overview for me, or do you want to go ahead and start talking to Matt and Vicky?
This page you just referenced, the one with the boxes, the fourth
Yeah.
page in tab 3, does it basically reflect what the presentations were at our initial budget
Yes.
meeting from each department, or have they withdrawn some of those or added any new ones?
I think it encompasses all of it. I tried to put all of it in there. I can't say that I didn't miss anything. I tried to put all of it.
Is that even with the 4 empty boxes? Administration, finance, Parks and Rec, stormwater.
So the Parks and Rec is it's not that is not accurate. Pretty much all of Parks and Rec is
It is
new,
new.
and so we'll just kind of look at their department as a whole,
Okay.
because it's kind of Parks and Rec is like a kind of different type of thing that we're looking
Okay,
at,
well,
and so
we
we'll just kind of
understand.
look at that as a whole. Yeah.
So the empty boxes we're going to fill in as we go along.
You can. I mean, admin isn't really looking for anything, but admin kind of looks at like public buildings type thing, like the town wide sort of stuff, because of the town administrator being part of that. Finance definitely isn't looking for any capital. I mean, we don't really dabble in that so much. The inspections only has the one thing. So yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's pretty much broken out into the boxes like that. But then, there's operation things that you can ask about, but they're not going to be in these boxes. So we will go page by page, but you can pull this out of your book if you want to and have it off to the side to look at too, and make notes,
Yeah.
however you want to do it.
Yeah.
Young man.
So,
Do we have a tab to go to with Matt?
Oh yeah, it is tab. You want to start?
Is it
in the
13?
streets?
Or no,
12?
12?
Hmm? 12.
Tara, just quick question.
Thank you.
Tara, on town council, are we going to go back over, look at town council, or we're not going to look at that today? Or
Oh yeah,
You will.
you can,
we will? Okay, that's fine. We'll wait. Good, thank you.
okay.
Which tab is Matthew now?
12.
12. Got it.
Well, so last budget presentation, we brought up a few things that we were proposing to get it this year for budget. The first one was the load and pack. It was a beach trash compactor, and you guys already had the numbers and everything from the last budget meeting. I know you guys said to bring back some numbers for you as far as where we were at as far as overtime hours. So we actually got a report as of, I think it was a few days after the last budget presentation. It was March 10th. Of the overtime hours we've used over the past year. It totaled 283 and a half hours, which was a total of $10,194. And then we also had the comp time.
What
that
was
we've
that
used.
again? The 10,000?
$10,194. Now that was not specifically for the beach strand. Obviously mosquito spraying, sweeping of the roads, events, things like that are all tied into that. But I know that price is very small compared to the price of this machine. But when you're looking at workplace related injuries, this machine in and of itself could save a lot of money for the town. in the case that there was an accident. It can start at 60,000 upwards of a couple $100,000 for, medical expenses.
What would you say is the service life of that load pack?
Glad you asked. We reached out to Broyhill, which is the company, and he actually sent back a couple different numbers. One of them was, folks that purchase it, they don't do anything to it. They don't do any kind of maintenance. It can last upwards of 5 years. Obviously, with this kind of price tag, and as much as we use it, we're not just going to let it sit there and rust. So we can get upwards of 18 to 20 years on average. It's about 10 to 12 years. But if we really keep up with the maintenance, which they have different programs that we can, maintenance programs that they do, they come out, service everything. You're looking at, like I said, 18 to 20 years of possible life.
In the $250,000, is there any maintenance in that number, or is that just the purchase?
That's just the purchase.
Have we looked at what it may cost to subcontract this out? If you reached out, I don't know whether it's for landscapers or anything like that, have we looked at seeing what possible prices it may be to hire somebody to do this?
So we have not looked into a private contractor like that. I know years ago, I think it was Waste Industries at the time, or Waste Management, which is now GFL. They had done it for Ocean Isle and Sunset Beach. Their equipment that they had was not sufficient. They would get stuck. There was a ton of maintenance. I believe one year they had to change out like 6 or 7 transmissions in trucks and things like that. So anyway, Ocean Isle obviously went away from the beach strand trash, and they didn't renew the contract with Sunset Beach. So that was the end of that. But no, we have not reached out to a private landscaper or construction company or anything of that nature.
So would this,
We-
would this 250K be a one-time price, or are we gonna pay it off over a number of years?
What was the first part of that question? I'm sorry.
Would this 250,000 be a one-time price or pay over a number of years?
We didn't look
Good
into
question.
leasing or
This is all out of this budget.
financing at all
Okay.
at this point.
All right.
Matt, if you ordered it today, how quickly would it be here?
6 months.
So it will not be ready for this beach season.
If it was approved, we order it July 1. It'd be a great Christmas gift. I mean, realistically, that's about the time frame.
Should practice at Christmas over there.
Yeah.
And I mean, that would be very beneficial for us, to be honest, because the beach strand, obviously, as you know, is not as busy as it is during this time of year. So it would be a lot of training, seeing how we can work the barrels and how well it all works on the beach strand.
Yeah, the barrels are the
So-
big thing, because we'd have to configure that process.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, different kind of barrels in there. Have you, depending on the maintenance program, what do the maintenance programs cost?
I don't know. I don't think we have those numbers. Is it the back page? I'm sorry. So for example, a service call, 6-hour service call, can total around $1,800. 3 service calls a year is right around $5,200.
What was the final figure there?
5,200 for 3 service calls.
Is there
And-
any
mean,
service
there's-
included in the initial price? Is there a 12-month warranty on it or anything?
I know there's a warranty. I do not know the
I think-
exact
I
number,
think it's a 90-day, but
but
I'm not sure.
right. And I mean, a lot of the maintenance would be just preventative maintenance that we could do in house. I mean, these are the biggest things as far as like the yearly maintenance that they would come out and service everything is more internal of the machine that we wouldn't be able to do in house.
So we would expect 3 service calls a year to keep these things operating well?
To have the full life of it that we want out of it, yes, sir. Any other questions about that? All right. So the other item we had was the backhoe. That's kind of self-explanatory. It's a new backhoe. It comes with the warranty. The person that I reached out to, know I think it's like a 3-year warranty on certain parts of the engine and things like that. But like I stated last month, that these places that we would get buy them from, they're a lot closer. So if there was a bigger issue, it'd be easier for us to load them up on the truck and take them to Wilmington or Myrtle Beach, or they would be able to bring someone out, roadside assistance, and take care of that problem. Again, the preventative maintenance, greasing, changing out different solenoids and things like that, we could do in-house, but it would just be a better avenue for us if we were able to get this new one and have a closer service. Because right now we're calling from, I think, 3 hours away, and they're charging ungodly amounts of money for.
And any residual value on the existing backhoe, or is it pretty well gone?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely put it on, for example, Gov Deals.
Would you want to keep it as a backup, or would you want to get?
To be honest, I would not. Just because you guys already know we don't have a lot of room down there anyway, so I don't want to just have a yard ornament.
How old is the old one, Matthew?
12 years. It's a 2013.
Okay.
Any ideas to the residual value? Is it 10 grand? Is it 2 grand?
I wouldn't be surprised if we could get upwards $5,000 to $10,000 for it.
So that
I mean,
might pay for the service on the new one.
Yes. Right.
So do we, for both of these pieces of machinery, do we need special training and special licenses for our personnel to drive them? And
Training, yes, especially on the load and pack, which is the compact trailer. The backhoe is, we have some areas in town that we're able to have new equipment operators train on. Briefly, I already have some full-time workers that are established operators that know exactly what they're doing. So as far as that goes, we wouldn't need as much training on the backhoe.
can most of our staff operate these vehicles, or will they be able to operate these vehicles?
My staff would.
Well, your staff, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I know that there's occasionally we help the fire department out and the police department, and they have a few members on their staff that could also operate it if need be.
I wouldn't want you to be the sole operator for these things.
Correct. And I am not, thankfully.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right. And then,
Tara, if Matthew went on Govs and sold the backhoe for like $10,000 or something like that, could that money be held for like the maintenance for the new beach garbage truck or the future backhoe? I mean, could that money be set aside to use for yearly maintenance for those?
And
For those
so
new,
whatever revenue would come in would go into general fund.
Okay.
And
that's right.
you would just rebudget it however you
Okay,
chose to rebudget
Okay.
it.
good. All right, thank you.
So when we needed it, we could put it into
Pull it,
the
yeah,
DPW funds.
yes.
Question. One, I noticed we're talking about, we're not talking about staff right now. We're going to deal with that later.
Yeah, I mean everything within his department.
You can talk about it now.
Okay.
We can talk about it
Uh,
later.
Question. And we keep going back to the quote, custodial maintenance people. And we've gone around it.
Oh my.
And my question being, as we already mentioned, that I'm trying to figure out, you've got a custodial, you're asking for a custodial staff, a maintenance person, and a part-time. So I'd like to explain the relationship of the three of them and what that does for us regarding us using custodial services, which we have.
So the full-time positions, like you said, one was essentially a custodian. The other one is a facility maintenance operator manager. And what that would entail is they would be here all throughout the day, obviously, and on weekends, making sure that all of our facilities are taken care of constantly, not just once or twice a day, especially during the beach season. Any kind of issues that arise, instead of pulling our other full-time employees off of projects that they have to go fix a shower, toilet, whatever the case may be.
Could you pull them to help you in case of dire need?
Yes.
And their job was done?
Right. And that's what we would be doing. I mean,
So really you're asking for more personnel because your existing, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I am, your existing crew has a hard time responding promptly or appropriately to things like custodial duties.
well, I mean, I don't necessarily say we have a hard time responding.
Well, because of
because
other obligations.
Correct. And that's, we have to just stop what we're doing. And sometimes it takes two people to go fix whatever it could be.
A leaky toilet.
And these potential full-time employees would have that ability to be there anytime. It wouldn't, if they were working with us, it wouldn't be as big of a deal to call, hey, say, we need you to go over here.
How does
So-
the part-timer fit in there?
So the part-time would be generally on the weekends after, I think our original schedule was like 3 to 8 p.m., something 4 to 8 p.m. That way someone is always here, especially on the weekends, instead of having to call a full-time employee back in, pay them for that. So someone's here to take care of those facilities.
Stronger presence for seasonal.
Correct.
What are your plans for reporting relationship among these three people to your department and you
What are our plans as far as who they're going to report to?
individually? Does the custodian report to the maintenance person to you? How does that work?
They would report to myself or Vicky. I mean, we have the work order system in place. Anything that happens that we may have to order anything, Vicky can write all that up. We can order it. We can put work orders in different situations. So see the text my gov, we get a lot of those. So, we generate the work orders and they go out and fix whatever.
So you're really asking for 2.5 more people, but you're being very specific as to what their primary duties would be. Does this mean that we don't, because of the custodial line item here full-time, does that mean we do not have to subcontract out cleaning of the bathrooms at the gazebo and at
everywhere
the
Including here?
at town hall,
community center, town
community
hall?
center, fire department, police department.
If we're spending $160,000, can you give us a ballpark as to what that subcontract is a year that we would no longer need?
We actually, so one of the things that we had done was put out an RFP to see what the current cost would be for that. The deadline for that is today. We have gotten some responses. That cost is increased because of the community center being added and the need for that being a lot more than what it has been traditionally.
And they were on call too when there
so-
was a problem at the gazebo, when all of a sudden the bathroom was a mess, and we would call them up and say, you need to get out here to clean it up. I'm just trying to get an idea to justify the 160.
It's very close to the cost of the custodial staff.
Okay, the
The cost of
60,000.
what?
The
The
60,000.
full-time custodial person.
Okay.
It's without the community center, it's right around 50.
Okay,
So.
all right.
It's
So
between
that's-
45 and 50.
Okay, so that means we're asking for about $100,000 more overall than what we have already. With, I guess, with your argument, not trying to provide you arguments, but it's that our response would be more proactive as opposed to reactive.
Correct. Right. And not to mention, you mentioned earlier about what else they could do as far as different tasks. I mean, if they're not involved with the facilities at the time, especially the full-time employees, obviously keeping the roads cleaned off, walkways up to date, sand off of them, boards replaced, all this other stuff that we could use them for.
You need another vehicle for this, this staffing?
I wouldn't believe so. No. Not immediately, at least.
And currently, the facilities, town hall, police department, public works, fire departments, those are touched once a week. And then I call it a half a service on a Wednesday. This would be every day that they would be able to take care of our facilities.
Just
And
mean
the
we
current
don't,
cost is about $50,000
Mhm.
on the
For
contract.
those, yeah.
And so we're talking about, my notes kind of said 2 full-time and 2 part-time.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
but the part-time too would only
Part-time's
amount
like
to
a
about
pool.
40 grand.
Yeah.
He has a part-time pool for the public works department.
Does that mean we don't need Cintas or anybody else at all?
Cintas is supplies
Well, I know. Well,
and
that was my
rugs and
question.
things like that. So
That
I
would still
mean,
happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's also has uniforms in it. Cintas does.
True. Yes.
And then, of course, the bathrooms at the gazebo and the park are cleaned twice a day during the summer.
And at
So that's
events.
7 days a week.
So the community center is sort of as needed because of events, no events. Okay.
Will Amy have an idea for us when and how much the community center is being used?
Yes, well, the community center is used weekly now because of the arrangement that we have with the homeowners association back there. And then other events happen, and Amy has all that scheduled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Talk about that later then. Yeah, thank you. All right.
Anything else, Matt?
I think that's it.
So summing up, what you're looking for is the beach garbage truck, the backhoe, 2 full-time and 2 part-time.
Yes, sir.
Two part-time?
2 part-time.
Yeah, one for each department, custodian and the maintenance. Or,
But amounting to $40,000 total for the 2 part-time.
all right, sir.
And all that falls in under streets? Is that
Yes, sir.
Sarah?
I think so.
Sarah? Does all
Yes.
public works fall under streets?
We're going there. Stormwater's the next one.
Yeah, but these guys we're talking about, are they part of the stormwater program? Or they also handle the stormwater program?
Yes.
So, okay.
There wasn't anything. Yeah. I mean, nothing's really changing in the stormwater.
No, the stormwater projects that are already on schedule, they're supposed to be done this year. So I haven't presented anything for next year as far as that goes.
Well, Lisa, for the edification of our people watching on YouTube, and hopefully there's a bunch of them because this is important, we have a 10-year stormwater plan, which I believe we are ahead of schedule on the
We are.
10-year plan. Back in whenever it was, 2017, or when we initiated it, we didn't really set aside $5 million for the stormwater plan.
Right.
We didn't set it aside. We said that it was going to be about $5 million because that's what, was it McGill
McGill.
had come up with in their plan.
Mhm.
Now, since that time, there's been projects that have cost less than we budgeted or than we estimated. There's projects that have cost more than what we estimated, and there's been some new projects that we didn't know about.
Correct.
Every time there's a project, I believe we go and do a budget amendment. And so I guess when we made the plan, it would have been nice if we had set up a capital fund we could have been contributing to each year, but that wasn't really our philosophy at that time. It hasn't been until more recently that we've appreciated capital funds for various specific items. what does it look like, or is there a page here that tells me what we're projecting to spend on the stormwater plan in the upcoming fiscal year?
There is not. Right now, we are working on the 2930 stormwater project that you've already approved, and
Yes.
the budget amendment was done
Mhm.
at the last meeting. The next stormwater project will be the 4th Street project that we will go out for an RFP in the fall.
Okay.
No, that's not correct. We'll go out for the RFP in July for you all to award in August and the project to start in September.
Okay.
When the RFP comes back in, then we'll know what the cost is. Right now, we have an estimated cost, and I don't have that with me. Do you know that number? 200?
Yeah, so
300?
I mean, as of 2017, it was around 200,000.
So what is this 180,000 that's in there under infrastructure repair and maintenance? Does that go towards that
Mhm.
It would.
200,000?
Yes, sir, it would.
So why don't we have 200,000 in there if that's what we think?
That's a great question.
Well, we don't have
Where are
the
we?
bids in yet, I guess.
Yeah, but you know,
I know. I know where you're going.
so the conservative would be put more money in there in the budget rather than less and then have to pay more than we plan to pay.
Well, this particular project's been on for about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with that. I know that, but
And the 180 is more of a placeholder for failures that happen that we aren't anticipating. The 4th Street is on the plan. That's what's not budgeted. This 180 is for incidentals and just a placeholder for when they have failures and we have to get those fixed in emergency
So
situations.
it's not the stormwater plan items that we had in 2017
Right,
in the book,
It's not.
McGill. This is above and beyond.
right,
that's the 180 is
Right.
above and beyond.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
I
And
understand
so
that.
with the stormwater plan, we're just planning to, whatever the price comes in, just to take it out of our general fund? And,
And because you haven't set money aside for the plan, that yes, it would come from the general fund. But if you would like to start, you can certainly
Well,
do that.
I think our logic was that if once we set up a capital fund, we put money in it, the money has to be spent on that
yeah,
idea, that project, that concept. It can't be used or removed and used elsewhere. So I think we were probably trying to hedge our bets because we didn't really know what it was going to cost. So it was easier to do budget amendments each year. But hopefully in the future, we will maybe look at it a little differently. And if we have a $5 million nut to crack, that we will deal with it a little differently instead of just saying, okay, I guess we can afford it each year.
Lisa, does the $180,000 that we put in for incidentals during the year, does that sort of hold up pretty, Terry, does that sort of hold up throughout the year? Do we stay within that budget or below that budget, hopefully, number?
It's what we spent this year.
We've
Or no,
No.
we didn't.
No,
No,
but
it's more than what we spent this year by $100,000.
Mhm.
we budgeted 180
Yep.
in this past fiscal year, and we spent 52.
Yeah, that's what's good.
There
yeah.
have been projects that the way that I've seen it has been there's been projects that have been online and they just for different reasons, and I think it's like been different easement issues and whatever, and so we've kept that kind of consistent in hopes that some of these projects would move forward and not really having specific costs for those projects and having enough money in there to make sure that we had enough to be able to move forward, even if it may not be the entire amount of the money. If a project's $200,000, we're going to come to you anyway. We're not just going to spend $200,000 without coming to town council and saying, we have a $200,000 project that we need you to approve the contract for. And so if there's a $20,000 budget amendment that goes along with that, that's okay. But at least there's 180,000 of that there.
As you said, as a placeholder.
Right.
Yeah.
question. you just, I listened intently. You said, well, we basically had a budget of 180,000 for 24, 25.
There is a budget for it,
Okay.
but we've spent 52.
Did we spend, or
as
is
of
that the
March.
amount left out of the 180?
No.
Because it says
The
balance.
balance of what we spent. So the balance in the expenditures.
Okay.
That's
So-
the balance of the expenditures. That's what's been spent.
Okay.
So where are we on the stormwater plan that we had? You said you're ahead of schedule on the stormwater plan?
Yes.
Out of the 10-year plan, how far along are we?
So yeah, so there are a bunch of projects that we haven't had to do. When you guys implemented this plan
Yeah.
8 years ago,
Yeah.
one of the things was a camera trailer and a vac truck.
Yeah.
Both of those have helped us in not having to do a lot of these projects that were a substantial amount of money.
That were part of the ease or
They
the,
were part of the original stormwater plan,
And some of the
Yeah.
projects we
And-
did with our own staff too,
correct?
which
Um,
which meant it came out of payroll as opposed to out of the storm. Well,
right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
it's all money. but it's-
I think altogether there were 46 projects. 39 of them are complete. And I honestly, I did this spreadsheet last year, maybe 2 years ago.
Mhm.
So there's just a couple left that we would have to look into in the future. But right now, they're not in dire need of being repaired or so.
And our focus for the upcoming year is to camera all of the stormwater system on the island and grade it so that we will know where the problem areas are as we go forward. And then we'll start on the mainland of where anything stormwater related that needs to be cameraed over here is, and get a game plan.
Good plan.
is there a anticipated need to do another formal stormwater plan like we did last time with McGill? Or does this pretty much bring us catch up? Because we were in really bad shape before when we did that plan.
Yes.
And so
So I've been going around different areas and looking at problem areas, obviously making a list of them. I've talked with McGill a couple of times, but we have not sat down to make a new plan as of yet, because I don't foresee it being another 5 or 10 year plan. It's just a couple projects here and there, which they could help us obviously with engineering if need be and things like that. But there's not as many problem areas as I assumed there had been, which is great. But like I said, with that back truck, we've been able to open up a lot of these areas. And as most of y'all know, a lot of this stuff was never even documented from the 70s and 80s when they installed the pipe. So there's pipes just popping up everywhere that we don't even know.
So
but it's
you're
part of our
finding the pipes.
storms. Yeah. So
and
And the big thing he has is the camera truck.
Yeah.
I mean, that putting the little guy, I call it a little guy because he just goes along and takes pictures in the pipes, but it really helps you determine what's good, what's not good.
Right.
And you don't really need an engineer to tell you that. You can see it and understand that there's a problem or not.
Also, that camera, Mike, it's a good point because that's been a benefit to stormwater systems that are not a part of the town's responsibility, that are other people's, and we've been able to assist them.
Yeah, all the local community needs to do is call Matthew and he'll go over and take a look at pipes.
We've done that a
And
lot at
he's-
Sea
And
Trail.
he's done that. He's done it at Sea Trail. Absolutely. It's been very, very helpful. So that was a great purchase.
Plus, I agree.
Okay, so for Matt and Vicky, sanitation is tab 14. There, there's a decrease there. Then that's leaf and limb. It's the GFL recycling, and so there's not really any changes to discuss for that, unless you have any questions about those contracted services.
can you
Everything's
give us
pretty much the same.
can you give us an idea how much each one of those contracts is? Leaf and Limb, Williamson, and recycling?
Bring the individual. I actually have a spreadsheet that I can send you.
Okay.
But
We can get those numbers for you.
yeah, I do have them. I'm broken out. I didn't do it on here.
On,
But
on the leaf and limb, have we factored in, and I'm sure you have, the Logan project coming up? I don't know where they're going to be in a year from today, but there's going to be a lot more for the current leaf and limb guys to go through that particular part of our new, as of July 1, become part of the town.
Angels Trace, is that what you?
Yeah, but we're also not counting as revenue, the tax revenue from those places yet either.
Mm.
So
Right.
one obviously helps pay for the other.
And I don't anticipate that Logan will have
Houses.
build out and houses and
Okay. Right.
in a year.
Well, there may be some, but.
Right.
but they'll-
In
there's
another
others.
year, you'll have a pretty good indication.
Right.
What's
Yeah,
it?
they have a ways to go.
There's
before they
others in
start.
Gulls Landing and other places that
Mhm.
are moving along, but for
Mhm.
each new house that GFI is going to
Mhm.
increase the contract, we're getting
Tax
ad valorem
dollars.
taxes from as well.
and that can be a budget amendment too,
Sure.
like to raise the revenue that we bring in for that, and then the expenditure as well.
There's always a maybe stop me if this is not the time, but when we have a storm, I think we've been less than clear, not intentionally, but you're in the middle of a storm. It's hard to be dot every I and cross every T when you're working 24 hours a day. But the communications, when people call up and say, there's been a storm, can I just drag my palm tree that fell over out to the street and you'll take it away? I think we need to have a good, solid, uniform policy on that. And I would like to see it not just, I mean, people have said if the mayor says, that's fine. I've had people say if it's a named storm. I've had people say if it's a state of emergency by the county, then I can drag my mother-in-law out to the street and they'll pick her up. Not to make a joke of that,
Yeah.
but we haven't been clear. And I would like to see town staff come up with a policy, and I'd like to put the burden on our town administrator to declare whether or not we're going to pick up things that are not bundled. And it can be a named storm, but if the storm goes by us and there's not enough damage, then we are not going to get reimbursed from
Yeah.
the state
Yeah.
on that. And we're going to have gone out and cleaned up everybody, because
Yeah.
everybody goes out and gets every one of their palm fronds and then drags them out to the street, even though they weren't storm related.
Yeah. Doesn't that happen now?
Yeah.
Don't you, the town administrator, announce when we have the storm-related free pickup? Or, I mean, it's doesn't have to be tied, just get it out to the street?
Mhm.
Is that what happens now?
And my practice has always been that if it's a named storm,
And
so if you
but
want it to
sometimes we don't
be-
get reimbursed for that, and then we
And
have,
that's, he's exactly right. If the county
Yeah.
and the state doesn't, and us, do not declare a state of emergency, then FEMA money would not be available.
Yeah, but we still have to get it cleaned up. And so,
well,
don't we usually put a sort of starter pot of money in the budget, so when a storm comes, we can start cleaning up before we get reimbursed?
50,000,
Yeah.
and that's in.
John, I think you're missing my point, though. I
Yeah.
think people take advantage of the fact that there was a weather event and they drag everything out that they possibly can out to the street. And it's not storm. The whole purpose of that is to assist our citizens in cleaning up after a storm, not to doing their spring cleaning.
Yeah, but the reality is, when you have a storm or even a near storm, that they come and do that, it's very hard to tell which came down and which didn't.
Well, I
And
think,
there was an example on the island when an individual completely cleared their lot following a storm and tossed it out in the road, or close to the road. And there's we get into legal action and leave it in the road, or we just go ahead and pick it up. And I think we just went ahead and picked it up.
well, the procedure has
Yeah.
been, though, after the storm, somebody in a position of authority, like our public works, our project manager,
Yeah.
code enforcement officer, does, along with the fire department, because that's the thing we do following a storm. You drive every street and you make an evaluation as to what the degree of storm damage is, and then Miss Anglin, I think, should make the call as to whether we're going to pick up for free or not. If you guys don't want to support that, that's fine. But I think the majority of our citizens are being taken advantage of by a few people that say it's a named storm. Let's drag it out there. I'd like to see more of a uniform process. And then Lisa sends out an APB to everybody saying, you don't have to bundle your stuff. Or you do have to bundle your stuff.
Don't we do that now, is my question.
If it's a named storm, we waive the ordinance.
But there's been named storms that have done very little damage. I don't think that that's the appropriate litmus test.
How do you enforce that, Pete?
By
Go
an
back
amount.
and you
Well,
go
first of
tell
all-
somebody this doesn't look like it's from the storm?
No, Charlie, not at all. Right now, unless you bundle it, it doesn't get picked up. And that should always be the rule. However, in certain situations, when the town administrator, after talking with staff, determines that there has been an unusual event, then we will pick things up and paid for by taxpayer dollars without having to bundle them. But the rule always is they need to be bundled.
I know all that, Pete.
If she hasn't declared it a special exception,
Pete, I know all that.
well, I know your question, then Charlie, I want to try to answer it.
Well, how are you going to pick and choose which ones put extra stuff out?
I think that we have it. I think that if we can put a pause on this, I think it may be in our contract with our leaf and limb spelled out as to when the non-bundling goes into effect. Because that when the storm the way that they pick up causes a different price to go into effect, and I think that they have a criteria in place. So I'm gonna make a note and go back
Per their subcontract?
for our contract with Leaf and Limb.
Mhm.
So let me go back and look at our contract, because I think that may be what the determining factor is.
Okay.
And so let me just see what that is, and that actually may bring some clarity to this.
Thank you.
I think part of the
Potentially.
issue would be the timeliness of publicly declaring so everybody knows whether it's a bundle cleanup or whether it's a no bundle cleanup. Do that. And that seems to be the real catch in this process.
True.
Yeah.
And
Making that decision very quickly.
And that's been your process. Your process is to, as long as the named storm, you don't have to bundle.
Usually
And
by noontime of the storm is tonight. By noontime tomorrow, the streets have been surveyed, and Lisa could pull the trigger of yes or no.
Okay,
And it's based upon the severity. What do we see in the streets?
that's good. I think that's a good system.
And then we have the no-name storm that hit western North Carolina that sets an example of when there's like exceptions to policies whenever there needs to be exceptions to policies.
Sure. I just don't think a named storm is the right criteria.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
another part of that issue is if someone contracts somebody to clean up their yard and then they put it at the curb.
That's a no-no.
Contractors are supposed to, if you're contracted to clean up somebody's yard, you're supposed to haul the stuff off.
You're right.
And a few storms ago, that was terrible in my neighborhood.
Okay.
All right. Good point. Good.
Moving on.
So this
Yeah.
this kind of brings us into the environmental protection budget.
Into the
because
what?
That's
Environmental.
environmental
Envi-
protection budget. It's tab
15.
15.
Bingo.
This is where we put that $50,000 in the natural disaster reimbursement. It has been a placeholder to get us started in the event of a natural disaster, and everything else has stayed the same. The pond management is in here. We had pulled it into the infrastructure department, but that budget became a bit of a dumping ground. And so I've been pulling things out and putting it into departments, and this is where this best fits. And so there's not so much in that one department, and this is the amount of that contract.
Is that mostly still water?
That's our lakes, the ponds in Seaside Station, as well as Twin Lakes and stuff like that.
That's all the ones we're responsible for.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is
And this
that
is
is
the-
that enough? Is it working?
Mhm.
Yep.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, it is working
Thank you.
nicely.
That's Stillwater again. That's the company we hired to, okay.
Correct.
All right, good.
And the bulkheads, which bulkheads are we responsible for?
The ones at the ends of the fish streets.
Yeah.
Both ends. Right.
Yes.
Yes.
And anything on canal.
Right.
No
And ours
drive.
around the park on the mainland.
Right.
Mhm. And again, those are placeholder numbers. You know, the bulkhead looked fine today, but it could have an issue tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, a big storm would
Right.
seriously affect what the bulkheads do.
Correct.
Which
Absolutely.
We've had that same amount in there. It's maintenance, all different type of, for years, we've had that same amount,
Yeah.
whether we've used it or not. And then we have that community forestry line that we've added. That's for that tree city.
$2 a
$2 a
citizen.
person? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's on town property, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Good point.
I think that's all of Matt's on.
Now, as part of their project, are they going to inventory our major trees on town property and look at the health of the trees?
Yeah, a
And
tree
determine-
inventory is
That's
one
what,
of their duties
Yeah.
and activities.
that's what they said at their opening session
Yeah.
earlier this week, is that they, the next thing they had to do is inventory.
Lisa, as a point of order, I didn't attend that because I didn't think we were allowed to, because we appoint the tree board. Could I have attended?
Yes. Yes, anybody can attend anything. I mean, you're all citizens of the town, so you can attend. And they're, I just encourage you not to attend like the planning board, because those recommendations
Or
are
Board of
coming
Adjustment?
up to you all, or Board of Adjustment, because they're quasi judicial.
I watched it
But
on,
for committees, you know, the Environmental Resources Committee, the tree board,
Because I purposely watch it on YouTube, not
be-
free, because I didn't think I should be there to influence. But- Okay, thank you.
You can.
You done, Matt? You can go back to work.
your break is over.
We're not gonna do anything with that. That's cool.
Sorry.
I think we're good.
Good job, Matt. Good job,
Finished?
Vicki.
Thank you to both of, thank you to both of you, what you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Thank you all.
Y'all have a good day. And
Matt,
Vicki, keep
Vicki,
them under
thank you very
control.
much.
Nice break.
Next, we'll be moving on to administration, and finance.
That's 16. Let's see. With the tab number.
5.
5. 5 and 6. 5 for administration.
This is also yours too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whatever you want.
So with administration, I'm really not asking for any capital or, any new software upgrades or anything for our accounting systems or our computer systems. We're all pretty up to date with everything. Alan keeps us top notch and on track. All of our printers and copiers are on lease programs, so every 5 years that equipment rolls in and out. So so administration wise and finance wise, we're really not asking for anything additional. We are, the couple of projects that I've talked to you all about, we do have the quotes in for those. I put a placeholder of $250,000, and that is to renovate town hall inside and landscaping outside, and some renovations to the community center, in addition to placing a fence along the back property line of this building, all the way from line to line, and removing a couple of trees on the other end.
Where's that
Yeah,
at? That
is that in the
250,000?
Public infrastructure is.
Oh, it's not admin.
No, it's not admin.
Where's public infrastructure?
It's
I
tab
got
7.
lost.
Are we going to go to that later, or are we on that now?
Well, so that it's the same thing. So
Okay.
it was
Well,
actually part
While
of.
we're still here on admin, because we're looking at salaries and wages, and I failed to bring it up when Public Works was here. We are talking about a new STEP program, which is going to affect salaries.
And we're going to roll that out later.
Are they reflected in here?
It is. We're going to talk
Mhm.
about that when we bring in our HR director,
Okay.
Suzanne.
But-
Sweeney.
But just from a
Rob,
addition,
what
subtraction, we're already considering that in these numbers here.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Lisa,
Yes, sir.
you spoke about hiring a clerk for the front desk. That's already budgeted, right?
Yes, sir. That position is already in our budget and has been. We just didn't fill that position over the winter, and now that summer's coming on and Kimberly's getting busier and busier with all the boards and committees that she's responsible for, in addition to all of the website and Facebook and all those other tasks that she's relieving me of. We need to go ahead and fill that position.
Yeah, that's in finance, and that position's been in there for years.
I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with doing that. I think we should.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So we're actually tweaking that ad right now, and we'll be putting it out hopefully in the next week.
Okay.
So we're hoping to have that position filled within.
So that'll
couple
come in
weeks.
finance. It's not one of these 4 positions
Right.
in admin.
That term project manager, is that Dustin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you've got the attorney fees in here,
Yep.
Yes.
and we're
Keeping them the same as last year.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely right. That's good.
And Amy's going to now come out of events, right?
Yes. Amy
Okay.
is going to have. She's going to dabble in 2 departments.
But she's
and
been moved
that
out
will
of,
explain
okay,
her
into her
when
own
we get to her.
department.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right. So any other questions for admin or finance?
How can $200 pay for town insurance?
There's
Because
just
we
a
don't
few
have
of us.
Okay.
Let me ask a question about capital reserve now. I'll just throw it in here under finance. Now we're putting $150,000 new into capital reserves.
I have that under council.
Okay, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, and where are we now in capital reserves? Do you know the total off the top of your head? Or if you don't, we can get it in a break or something like that. But just-
Is this year? Did we do 2 years? Is it 300,000? So this would be 450.
okay, About 450. That's good. Okay, thank you.
This would, yeah, that's what this one would be.
Finance is 6. So what are we working on now?
The fire truck. Oh, you're talking about capital reserve. Or
Well,
you're
I'm talking about
budget?
which,
Finance.
we did that and
Finance.
we're doing finance now,
Finance,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
Tab 6?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the finances, just so a finance director, and then the two other finance positions that there's no
Is
changes.
that payable and receivable?
Yeah.
Accounts payable and accounts receivable.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're finance techs. One's at the front desk, which does accounts receivable, and then the accounts payable position as well. That
So the
is also
new,
an administrative assistant as well.
the new person that Charlie was talking about,
That's the accounts receivable, customer service,
okay.
administrative.
So we don't have
assistant.
that person yet.
Right.
Okay.
No.
I mean, if the job's being done, but we don't have that
Right.
specific
But
person.
that's continues to be in the budget. So the
Yeah.
Yes.
last year budget had it in there and it's
Yeah, it's not an addition.
And you're in here, Tara, as a part-time? How are
Mm-hmm.
you taken care of? How are you accounted for?
It's in salaries and wages, and so there's a full-time position budgeted,
Yes,
and because that position's not filled,
yes.
it's just coming out of that salaries and wages line
Okay.
as part-time.
But a full-time position is budgeted in here then.
Mhm.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay. You don't have any
Lisa,
questions?
How
Mr. Joe?
close are we to
No,
doing
not yet.
to-
I'll ask them when I do.
in the
I'll
next
just listen.
25, 26, having a full-time, releasing this lady from the shackles, having a full-time person?
We are still working with the recruiter, but we have had no success.
That's a great topic, Mike.
We'll wait till,
No, that's, I just want to comment. That's a great topic.
Yeah.
That's an important topic,
I know,
Yes.
We'll get to that in HR?
Yep.
Is that correct?
maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
So if there's nothing left with administration and finance, we can go ahead and look at your tab. For town council, that's 4. And then the one thing to note here is that the tourism funding outside, that is the money that you all
Which one is that?
have in the past budgeted for the nonprofits. And that has been moved out of the accommodations tax fund into the town council fund. What we've learned basically is that these nonprofit funds are not really tourism related for us. It may be tourism related for their specific organizations, but for us, we feel like it's better to come out of the town council budget instead of accommodations tax.
And I actually have those in
But
to give you a
14
brief overview of what we've received.
14,000 is the same as we did last year, right? Or
So
it doesn't show up
oddly
on this?
enough, I put 14,000 in because that is what we had, and that's exactly the amount of requests that we've received. So,
They're
That
learning.
worked pretty good.
but yeah. So, do you want me to just go ahead and let you know what we've received? I haven't
Sure.
put them together yet because I received them the beginning of this week, and I have been quite busy. But so we received an application from somebody for 4,800. The Old Bridge Historical Society, and that, like I said, that's for 4,800, and they are looking for the purpose of the project that they're requesting funding for will be the purchase and installation of interpretive signs to help educate residents and visitors. The signs will be manufactured by Becker Sign for an approximate cost of $800 each. They 4 of the signs will be located at the parking lot to the Old Bridge, and one along the path with Welcome to the Old Bridge Historical Society, 2 along the ramp and main entrance to the Tender House / museum. They will include Did You Know bubbles with facts about the area and describe key elements of the history, from the Native Americans to George Washington's visit to Civil War and blockade runners like the Vesta to World War II and beyond. These signs will also let the visitors know that there are even more stories and artifacts inside the Tender House. The remaining 2 signs will be located on the railings of the bridge overlooking our wetlands, the ICW and salt marsh, and will highlight the functions and importance of wetlands and the wildlife that depend on them. When completed, the bridge relocation project will provide the Old Bridge Historical Society with an excellent opportunity to expand the educational programs and other services offered to town and area residents, as well as seasonal visitors. The signs will provide information and spark interest in history, environment, and our town. The funds from this grant application will provide many opportunities for the Old Bridge Historical Society to educate residents and visitors alike. And they are grateful for the opportunity to apply.
So these will go
these-
into the new bridge location primarily when they move
Yeah.
the bridge?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
Okay.
And
And
so
what did
sent
they
a
ask
picture
for
of the
last
sign
year?
that they're wanting to do. I can hand this to you so you can. So that's the first one.
Are we going to then, when we approve the budget, automatically approve these? Because normally we do it at a town council meeting, but this will eliminate that.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, if you direct me to leave them in or change them or
Okay.
whatever,
Yeah.
yeah.
Last year, we omitted them from these sessions, and it was sort of,
I didn't
And-
think I had them
Yeah.
because I was doing some of it remote and
yeah. Yeah.
So-
But when we did the full budget, we didn't do those. That's why we had to do it at a public meeting.
All right, let's move on. Who's
So
next?
the question was, do you have what we gave Old Bridge last year?
it's I have it on here actually. They submit what it was. In 2024, we gave them 4,900.
4,500? 900.
Oh, so we dropped 100.
This is
Well,
great.
they asked for 100 less.
And we can't give them more, right? We can't give them, we have to give them what they asked for, is that
Yeah.
Or
correct?
less.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
less. Yeah.
Or less, but we can't give them more.
Okay, who's next?
So the planetarium. The planetarium's asking for 5,200.
For alligators.
The donation that they're asking for is for the purpose of adding a. There's this long. So it says for more than 50 years, Big Bird has captured the hearts of children, engaged minds, and taught them about the world around them. Big Bird has the opportunity to make his way to the 40-foot dome screen at Ingram Planetarium in the full dome film One World, One Sky, Big Bird's Adventure. The film follows Sesame Street's Big Bird and Elmo as they explore the night sky with Hoo Hoo Zoo, a Muppet from Dima G, the Chinese co-production of Sesame Street, and together they take an imaginary trip from Sesame Street to the moon, where they discover how different it is from Earth. And so this grant would cover the license to show this film in Sunset Beach.
And what did we give them last year?
Last year, we gave them 5,000.
Okay.
There goes that.
There goes to 100's gone.
So this year they're asking for 5,200.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I just realized that there's one I did not print out, but I know that I have it in my emails. So my dollar amount is not right. It's going to increase some. And that's life care for the
Speak up.
There's one that I didn't print out, and it's the life care, the veterans, where they do
Yeah.
the service. I don't have that one. I must have missed it. So I'll bring that one back to you. So this is going to go up a little bit. But the Literacy Council is asking for 4,000, and they help low literacy and undereducated adults to get basic life skills they need to be productive employees, family members, and citizens. They have had an increase in students in the past year and need to attract and add more volunteer tutors to help assist their student population. And so they would use this money to do that. Last year we gave them 3,000. This year they're asking for 4. So my $14,000 is not an accurate number.
Not very.
I thought it was,
Unless
but it
Life Care is
wasn't.
asking for
I
a
was
dollar.
off.
Now, what would you do? Find out what Life Care is and then just increase the $14,000 and then
Yeah.
we have to cut?
Yeah. So I'll increase it.
You gonna steal it from someplace else?
14.
What's that?
You gonna steal it from someplace else?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Maybe
So that's, how many did you say we had?
4.
So this
Just
is
4?
3. There's one. I know that there's one
And
more,
there's
and
one
that's
more, okay.
life care.
Life care.
why don't myself and the council just not take payments for what we're being paid, put that 17,890 back into that budget?
I'd be happy.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Don't I?
I've already given back my $15,000 that I didn't collect from the fire department this year. So how about that?
I'll give a lot more back and we'll continue
right.
because I do this
That's a
because I
good
love
point.
town.
Let's
That's a good point.
Not for money.
consider that.
Can you do that?
Are you
probably can't-
serious?
You
Can
probably
you-
can't do it, right?
Can you do that? Can you take us off the state payroll?
I assume so. There's no law that says you have to be paid.
It's,
I was going to ask for a raise.
It's up to
Where you
y'all.
guys- Where are you guys coming from?
it's
Oh.
one more step simplifying the taxes.
If we-
You know, that's,
If you need it, I have no problem.
You pay it all in
If,
taxes.
if somebody's up here because they're getting paid, then they're up here for the wrong
Yeah,
reasons. So,
then they're
yes.
destitute.
Well, that's up to you all. You want to zero out?
Well, what do? We have elections coming up, and there's going to be likely some new faces up here.
Too bad.
Hopefully people that want to run, if anybody
No,
runs or
I'm saying,
whatever,
is there a protocol that's been established, and do we have the right to affect, or does this have to be voted on every year?
Well, it's voted on every year in the
every
budget.
year the budget comes
Yeah.
up
So
anyway.
it's up to the town council as to if
Yeah.
they're paid or not.
so whoever gets elected next fall, December, going to have half a year with no pay. We do that. I have no problem with that.
Neither do I. Neither do I. All goes to taxes. Just investigate that. Why don't you
Okay, let us know if you need it.
investigate that?
If you need it, I don't care. Keep you out of that high bracket.
Yeah, that 17 includes, I think, the planning board too, right? Don't they get a
Yes.
stipend?
It does.
Well, couldn't they do their own vote? Are we voting? Would we be voting to take their pay away also?
You would be voting to take their pay away.
Yeah.
As
If
well.
we take ours, does there automatically come off?
No,
Or
no.
we do
We
it
would have to
separately?
come
No.
back with the exact
No.
amount.
Yeah, I mean, that'll get them. What about the Board of Adjustment?
They're not paid.
They're not paid. All right.
So you're gonna let us know what life care is, and
Yeah, yes.
okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Pay comes to about, I think, 12 cents an hour anyway.
It's $6 a day.
We're overpaid.
I can't understand you wanting a raise, Charlie.
So it is coming up on 10:30. Do you want to take a brief break while we transition into building inspection and planning?
Sure.
Sure.
That's fine.
How about
You
brief
break.
Let them have
Can
a
it-
bathroom break or
Can it
whatever.
be 10 minutes?
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just got to get my legs working again.
All right.
I don't think I can stand.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be continuing next with our planning department. Mr. Carey, you have the floor, sir.
Okay.
What tab is that?
16.
11.
11.
Oh,
You want?
I did want to say real quick that I printed off Life Care, and they're asking for $2,500.
what was that tab, please? Do you remember?
It's in the town council. 4.
Thank you. Life Care was 4 even,
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
That
Okay.
puts it to 16,500 there instead of 14, correct?
Yes.
What we give them last-
And last year we gave them the same amount. And
So what-
what they do is
Yeah, that's good.
it's like hospice. They go and they do a special service for the veterans in our community and people with lifelong illness and spend time with them. I know that they do a lot for different people in our community. So that's $2,500. I did print that off.
We'll give it John's name.
Why? I'm going to need it first.
You need it first.
I think there's an implication there.
Have you used that service already?
I've had family
Number
members use
11.
that service,
11.
and they take good care of them.
It's good to know. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay.
Inspections.
Okay. So, nothing's really going to really change in our budget. As far as the actual large item expenditure is going to be the new vehicle. And I had mentioned that last time when we met. So we're planning on purchasing a new inspection vehicle because the other one is ready to be rolled up. And we're moving it and shifting it to Public Works to Matt. He needs one this year. So the vehicle's in excellent shape. Oh, I'm hearing me back there. Okay.
I hear you.
So the vehicle's in excellent shape, and that's the plan as far as that goes. As far as staff, we're going to remain like we are right now. We've got the position still budgeted in the budget that we carried over from last year, and we'll keep it. And then whenever I see the need that we need to hire and bring someone on, whether it be part time or full time, it's already built in in what you've got. In the budget.
If we have money left over, Tara, from the planning department's budget at the end of the year, we obviously can't put it into the general fund. It has to be spent there. Is there a number here that's showing us like how much rolled over from last year that was brought in for inspection fees that didn't get spent?
Yeah, so in our annual audit, we have an assigned fund balance specifically for the inspections department, and that number is right around 500,000. I can't remember the exact number right now. It has been steadily going up over the last few years, and but I know that we allocated the truck for last year's purchase out of the assigned fund balance. But the inspection fees came in over that. So essentially that fund balance still will go up anyways. But it's allocated because it's restricted for that.
And it's not, I guess you're saying it's not problematic to have 500,000 extra that's relegated to that department. It's not like, are we charging too much for fees or?
No, we've looked at it and it's very in line.
Yeah, we're actually on some we're under
Gotcha.
what most. So I've never even entertained to increase the permit fees.
So what type of things could use some of that money besides a vehicle? You've been getting a vehicle on the average every year, but I think.
You know,
It's the entire operating of his department.
He could fill the spot that's already been
Well, there we go,
approved
yes.
in the.
Yeah.
You know, from utilities to everything it takes to run the inspection department.
Okay.
That money can be used.
So we can take a slice out of the town hall utility bill
Correct.
from do we do that?
Mm-mm.
Yes?
Oh,
No.
we have not traditionally done
not.
that.
Okay. Yeah.
It's something that we have looked at doing.
Yeah.
in
If
the
we do a
current-
remodeling of the building, can we use part of your inspection money to
No.
upgrade your offices?
That part.
No?
No.
Okay.
So in other words, fixed plant for the town cannot benefit by that. It has to be specific to that department.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
In this operations, in this operation, so that's right.
Well, it's nice that you don't, because you're doing a great job. It's nice that you don't have to fill the position. It just shows that your team is working efficiently.
They are, we had a little bit of a spike with the apartments, but we're now at that stage with them. Next inspections, we're finished, completed all the rough ends. So that next inspection will be finals, and then it'll be open.
Yeah, but we've got a lot of things. The reserve, we got Logan Homes, we've got other things that are going to
Right,
happen at
homes.
some point in time.
Right. So some has slowed down a little bit and going to wait midsummer before they start resubmitting applications. One being Bill Clark Homes for whatever reason. But anyway, we're still about the same as what we were this time last year, minus the apartments.
Are we getting much from Sea Trail other than the Gulls Landing that's being built? The other projects are not moving along yet?
Nothing's moving along yet. Even with Riptide, with everything with conditional zoning, we hadn't received anything from that.
But that's going to start with those condos. It's
At some point, yeah.
At some point, yeah.
They
And
will
then,
come.
and obviously that's when I'll, just go back and reevaluate the need of
Okay.
additional employees.
If I could put in a plug, out there on the island, I talk to a lot of people, and one of the general comments that they get is how pleased they are with the manner in which inspections department handles their inspections, professionalism, the courtesy, and stuff like that. So it's
I'll pass it on. and
it's
let 'em
nice
know.
to get that positive feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't normally get it a lot of times, but I'll pass it on to them and let them know.
Yeah.
We do try to be courteous.
Well, it's primarily coming from the owners, not from the contractors.
Right. Yeah,
which is a different situation.
I certainly get it.
Mhm.
Your guys seem very efficient and positive out there.
They are.
I've talked to them and
They are.
they're good.
Yeah.
Reflects you,
And we do quite a
Reflection on
bit of
you.
training as well.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
actually,
My experience is the owners are happier when the inspection department makes sure that the contractors does the job right.
right.
And that-
Do we ever jump in and help out the county when they, in nearby areas?
We have it in the past. Years ago, I think we may have helped some with like Calabac, and, that I'm the only one that I'm aware of.
And they came in and helped us too on
They did,
past
and mainly
occasions.
because of certifications.
Right, okay.
They didn't have what the right levels here to be able to do it, so they had to bring someone over.
Just curious. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
So if there's
If there's no other questions for inspections, we'll move into planning.
16.
Mm-hmm. And in the planning department, Carrie and I have met and discussed the current situation with the planning department and the way that we are operating with the COG, offering the planning assistance. He is here on Thursdays and available the rest of the week remotely and by email and phone. That is working well. We are hearing no complaints from the public or any of staff. So our recommendation is to continue utilizing the COG for those services. In addition, this year, we have been delaying the land use plan update while we were working through the UDO and the couple of hiccups that we had found in the UDO in application. So we have requested a quote from the COG, and they have come in at $67,000 to help the planning board update the land use plan.
Where's that? Is
And
that
that's
professional?
reflected in the $135,000?
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
There it is, 60, okay, good.
So that includes Ron Satterfield and Wes McLeod and the land use plan update itself.
That's all together,
That's all together.
okay.
The 135 encompasses all of that.
Ms.
Also
Agland,
has some for mileage. That's why it's rounded up.
with the
There's also some in there for
$5,000.
mileage. That's why
Yeah.
it's rounded up some
Okay.
because
5,000.
3,000 for mileage, I think.
Okay. The,
Yeah,
Ms.
that's for
Agland,
the entire year.
the amount of, at the beginning of last year, we were, I guess, estimating, projecting the number of hours that Ron Satterfield would be here. Did we end up being pretty close to that, or do we need to bump that up? Have we, because I've sent him, he's extremely responsive. I'll send him things on a Tuesday, and he'll answer me on a Tuesday.
Mhm.
So he's obviously not here. But I guess the general question, did we budget enough hours, or do we need to budget more for him?
We did budget sufficiently for him. In the beginning, as we were getting started with him, we were using his services more as we were working through the UDO issues as it bumped up against the building inspection and the code departments. But that has leveled out now, and we are sufficient.
So Carrie is in fact, I guess, assisting the process when Ron is not here. When somebody comes in and has a UDO question about what they can and can't do.
In addition to Dustin.
I mean, yeah, of
And
course.
Cindy Nelson and
Yes.
myself and
Okay.
the building inspectors. Just depends on what the question is
Right.
that comes in as to who it goes to. But they all work very closely together.
So our citizens are not put out because Ron Satterfield is not here on, let's say, a Tuesday.
No.
There
They
is
get
somebody
it.
else to either answer the question or to say, I will get back to you. Okay.
They
And
get-
on Thursdays, he does a lot of appointments.
Okay. So
And
we don't
goes
just say we
on
gotta wait
site.
until Thursday.
Mhm.
No,
Okay.
no, we don't wait till Thursday. You
Right.
get an answer.
Gotcha.
And as far as some of the majority of it is zoning related,
Yes.
and not so much long-term planning.
Mhm.
It's not happening. But far as like Dustin, and he can go into this, but just the fences, the signs, the driveways, those are all, those are day-to-day hot topics. And so he pretty much handles that part of it. Flood relates in building code and UDO, so that obviously comes to me. And then general zoning questions for, tons of questions about setbacks and things of that nature, obviously. And Cindy will, most of the time answer those questions along with myself. And then anything dealing with filling and grading, obviously because of building, would be me. I answer a ton of those questions and help them get through the worksheets, things of that nature.
Good.
And then also trees is Dustin as well. So that pretty much captures probably 90% of everything on the day-to-day operations concerning the zoning aspect of the planning department.
Okay.
Just to kind of break it down for you.
So you, to make this all work, you have to have some pretty good communication.
We do.
And
And
that's good.
yeah, so we're, obviously we're all right there together.
Yeah.
So we pretty much know what the right's doing at all times.
Okay,
So
Good. Thank you.
very good. Thank you very much.
It's great to work together on that. And I know Cindy really knows what she's talking
Right.
about when it comes to the UDO,
yes,
as much as we mess with it too. So it's
like I said, we're all on the I work, so that kind of helps all of us out. Well, it does help all of us out. So Dustin's on it along with Matt, Vicky, and so everything that goes on with any particular project, everybody can see exactly what every department's doing and where they're at on that project.
That's very good. Boy. And you're able to articulate all of that so well. That's a good team working together. So that's good.
We try to make it as simple as possible.
Anybody else got anything for him?
Good.
Not,
Nope.
I think you can go back to work.
Thank you, Kerry.
Okay, all right,
Thank
thank
you very
y'all.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on next,
Thank
our
you, Kerry.
power bill,
Yes, sir.
beach erosion.
The,
I'll go.
17.
17.
Yes.
when did they make the determination on the beach erosion grant?
Hmm.
When do we know that?
Yeah, I got it.
So for beach erosion, we submit the grant for that.
21.
And that was
21?
Yep, 21.
21.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so yeah, it's 21. It's the same as we budgeted the same as last year. It's the 530,000. It's the 2% portion of accommodation tax. And this is also a basic placeholder, so to say. And it's its own fund. It's Fund 22. This is for the beach renourishment, but is the unallowable use is the walkways repairs and replacements. And we have the 3 grants that we have put in for that we will not know about until around August. But if there's like repairs that need to be done, in the meantime, that can come out of this fund before we know about the grant, or if something was to happen and we had to use the money to do more repair. But any major repair that would be done, it would come to town council first anyways.
Got a question. You said that this is 2% of the accommodations tax?
Correct.
That's 6%.
Is that a figure that is set in concrete stone, or is this a percentage that can go up or down?
It's a set 2%.
Oh.
It's per the house.
Oh.
It's per the legislation. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
But the value over the course of the
The
year
amount we
depends on
get is an
the amount of
estimate.
tourism we
Yeah.
have.
It depends on how much we bring in,
Yeah.
but it's the 2% is a set amount.
Tara, if we use this for walkway repair and replacement, I guess Lisa and Tara, the same question. If we're contemplating improving the emergency access through the gazebo parking lot, that to me serves a similar function to a beach access walkway. Can we use the money from this to re-engineer that access to keep it restricted for emergency vehicles only coming all the way out to Main Street?
I believe so. We could use some of it. With it not being a public access, with it being a secured emergency operations access,
Mhm.
makes it a gray area.
Okay.
We definitely have to look at it.
So we didn't use it for the emergency access walkway on the east end of the island then?
No, we did not.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious. Thank you.
Will we have to go to somebody to get approval to use the beach erosion fund for a new emergency access way? Or,
To use the beach erosion fund,
yeah,
it's pretty much spelled out what it can be used for, and
in other words, no.
public is all over it.
In other words, no.
Well, it serves a purpose for the public, but anyway, just food for thought.
It's something that I can go back and read
Yeah.
I'm making myself a note to go back and read over
It's
it.
some-
But we have the 530,000 yet,
We have a fund balance for it too.
okay. But we're also going for 3 grants
Yeah.
that would supplement this 530.
Correct.
Yes.
And that would leave the 530 for us to use for maintenance of the other walkways that are
It would,
constantly needing repair
it would be our match for the grant as well.
Mhm.
as match for the grant.
Oh, that's
Okay.
good.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 walkways are estimated at 980,000, and the last 3 that we did, if memory serves me, we got about 460,000 from those grants.
Okay.
So
So
that
it would be
makes
us
sense.
to
Yeah.
supplement the rest.
That's cool. Very good.
Tara, are you looking at accommodations tax coming down a little bit more? Are you projecting down a little bit more, or about the same?
That
is it now?
accommodation tax is one of the hardest ones
Yes,
to.
that's, we talked about that.
It's only
Yeah.
come down a little, but the sales tax has gone up significantly.
Mhm.
Well, not significantly, but it's gone up. Or do I have them backwards?
From the state, sales taxes, it historically has been on the rise,
Yes.
but it's flatlined.
Okay, it's not, the slope of the curve is flatter, but it's still increasing.
They're saying that sales tax in the next year, in the coming years, you will only see maybe a 1 to 2% increase.
Okay. So now we're about a 6% increase, I think, up so far in the last agenda.
Yeah. So Brunswick County.
I don't know that I need to.
Yeah, I
waste
mean
your time
Brunswick. So
on this.
Brunswick, the Brunswick County is a little different than most of the state because Brunswick County is the fastest growing county in North Carolina right now, and so there's a lot of people here spending money, and so it's an outlier in a lot of the projections. So there's a lot of people coming here to vacation. There's a lot of people coming here spending money. And so it's not just money that's spent in Sunset Beach. It's money that's spent in Brunswick County. And then it's allocated based on your population. And so as the population increases, so does your allocation of money. And so all of those things go into factoring as you look at these things. The other thing that's happening is as people are moving here, the accommodation tax starts to slow down because the second homes start becoming primary homes. And so as I look at that, then...
Well, Mike's bringing up a good point that we probably shouldn't be, we should be more pessimistic than optimistic on the accommodations tax in our future thinking.
Right.
I think that's where you were going, Mike. Isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of what we've been doing. I have historically budgeted way under for accommodation tax every year. Our transfer in the general fund has been more than what has been projected. You're going to see this year it's a little different.
It's exciting.
Because I'm trying to make it more transparent in the accommodation tax. When we get there,
Okay, I'm sorry.
but I mean, it's okay. It's just you just be prepared to not. It's gonna So, what's the? I can't find my agenda.
You want mine?
Cowbell's in it.
Okay. So Powell Bill is number 17,
Thank you.
and we always budget Powell Bill at what the revenue is for that. Revenue what has come in higher in the past year. We don't spend Powell Bill until we really know what the revenue has come in at. And for Powell Bill is one of those that depends on the state budget. So if the state budget decides that they're not going to allocate Powell Bill, we don't get it.
Does
But
it look?
they
does it-
have been allocating it.
Does it look like they'll allocate more of the Powell funding to the Western North Carolina where they've lost all their roads?
Nobody's saying that out loud, but it's one of those things that I think most of us in local government are kind of wondering if that would happen, but it's not being said. So it's fun by itself, and until you have it, you don't spend it. So it's budgeted at 200,000, which is about what we brought in last year or in this year. We also have some in the fund balance for that. We've spent some in current year. So the with that, I will say that we have gotten budget suggestion forms for paving. People are asking for specific paving. I gave all
have
of you
them.
copies
You gave
of
them
the
to us.
budget
Most of that's
suggestions.
clubhouse room.
So that's definitely something to look at as well. And Powell Bill can only be used for streets that the town owns.
Lisa,
Yes, sir.
have you seen Clubhouse Road?
Yes, sir. I've traveled it 3 times in the last week.
What-
And I've
what
met
is-
with the engineers, and they are starting to study Clubhouse Road, and will be providing us with some cost estimates in the near future. And then we will bring those to you all for consideration. I'm also contacting the developers in the Sea Trail area to find out what their anticipated build out of their areas are, so we can try to judge what kind of construction vehicles will still be traveling Clubhouse. And we will also be keeping an eye on the amount of traffic that decreases, hopefully, as May 1 comes about and the bridge opens, the
What-
Calabash River Bridge.
How many of us have to go on our hands and knees and beg Brunswick County or the state to repave it because they allowed all their vehicles from the
They
bridge
won't.
to come up Clubhouse Road?
Good luck with that.
Just thought I'd ask.
With it being a town-owned road, it's our responsibility.
The county doesn't own any roads, so they don't care
They don't
about
care.
that.
See, my biggest problem with what Clubhouse Road is, they blocked it off for the first 3 or 4 days. And once the light opened up, they took down the barricades or the suggestion to go all the way around, and everybody just turned left and came down that road.
Well, my GPS takes me through there too, so. it's-
So, okay.
Yeah, it does now.
So I just don't, I've seen all the letters and requests for budgeting, so I'm just pushing.
Is everybody sending the same type of letters to NCDOT for 904? Which even with the spot paving that they've done is in pretty lousy shape.
I really haven't been on a carbon copy of those letters, so I don't know.
And then you've
Okay.
also received a request for additional lighting,
Mm-hmm.
and I will be getting in touch with the Masters Association to find out the locations, and we'll investigate those areas after dark to make a determination and bring that back to you all for approval.
Do we do that, or
off the
does
top
the,
of your head what we pay for
does Brunswick
Street light?
Electric do that, or do we do that?
They do the installation, and then we pay the monthly bill.
Okay, we pay the electric bill, but the pole itself going up is not our, we don't own it. It belongs to Brunswick Electric.
Correct.
The first thing you have to do, right, is go to Brunswick Electric. They send their planning people out. Then they'll recommend where lights should be. That's why I went through it anyway. I don't know if that's still the case or not. And then they tell you, when you need a light here, you need a
No,
light
we
here. you need a light
partner with them
here. Okay.
and can request, and they can also come out and look as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few requests for the lights in different places in Sea Trail. We just need to kind of narrow down where they're asking for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also, as you look through those, there, and also trying to figure out exactly where they're talking about. There's a lot of requests for sidewalks in Sea Trail. So
Yeah, it looks like a coordinated effort.
How does,
And then the
does-
center line has been recently repainted.
I think the concern is the sidelines on the other side because of that's where people walk
Mhm.
without sidewalks, and they're a little concerned about the cars not noticing where they're not supposed to be.
Mhm.
But how does the request coming out of that particular community, how would you judge that in basis of other communities asking for similar same action?
We haven't really received any requests from any other communities
Okay.
at this point. I
Right.
haven't seen any. Have you?
Many of the other communities have private roads. The Master Association of Sea Trail took it upon themselves to really try to get the roads to the town, and that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the roads in Sea Trail now belong to the town. So that's why the requests are coming here, and they should come here.
Mhm.
As far as the lights are concerned, there's need for more lighting. So, yeah, but we can work through.
And then we
the
could look
county
at
for that. They're
we could
really
look
good.
at sidewalks and see if there's any grant funding available,
Mhm.
and you know, so we can definitely add those to the project list.
Sure.
But there's clear need for redoing the lines on the sides of the road there.
So we just wait now for the engineer to come back and
Mhm.
tell us the situation at this time. Do we usually use the same engineer? Now, we have a list, right, that the engineers have put together for us on the roads
We're
that
a-
need
correct.
paving,
Mhm.
and we just go from the top of the list. We don't make those decisions ourselves. We go through the engineers as to what the list is and the priority for paving roads.
Mhm.
Okay.
And we could shift those around.
Oh, yeah.
And with the recent development that has gone on in Sea Trail and with the Calabash River Bridge closing,
Mhm.
that has been moved up on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see what they come back with.
Let me just throw in something here. I asked the president of the Sea Trail Master Association, and he had talked to me about it, was the stop signs that the town put in on Clubhouse Road. He told me the overwhelming suggestion to the town is to leave those stop signs. Now, I don't know what we're going to do, but that was the request.
I totally agree.
That's what they're saying. So if they like the street lights, I mean, the street signs and think that they are helping to slow the
things down.
traffic, there's no reason to remove them.
Moderate that traffic because they can fly.
That's your call.
As long as they like them, we'll leave them.
Are
Okay,
you comfortable with that, Chief?
somewhat.
Just something else to patrol and enforce?
That's interesting because, yeah, that's interesting suggestion. Yeah.
Well, that's a weird intersection. It's a
Yeah.
three-way intersection,
Yeah.
and people
Yeah.
don't know if they should put a signal on, or it's confusing.
I would want to see, once the bridge is
You'll need to come to a microphone, Ken.
It's almost your turn anyways.
So the question was asked, am I comfortable with allowing those stop signs to remain? My response was the two on Clubhouse Road, one at either end of Crooked Gully.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The one by Sea Trail Drive East is more of a maybe. I agree with Councilman Larkin's suggestion that that's a unique intersection because of the three-way stop. I think I would want to see what traffic volume looks like once the bridge is back open. I think it's going to significantly decrease. And we have more complaints of people speeding, exceeding the speed limit, not coming to complete stops in the straight of way there on Clubhouse at either end of Crooked Gully.
Okay.
Good.
It's something to look at and see.
Sure.
And see. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That was very good.
You're welcome.
Stick around.
Don't go away.
All right. Got everything in those,
Yes, sir.
everything counts good.
So we'll get back in touch with you as soon as we have more information about Clubhouse.
Good.
And the street lights and the sidewalk.
We'll be moving on next to the budget, to the fire.
Here comes.
What number is that, folks?
Oh, you got it.
12, I think. 11 or 12?
It's
10.
10.
10.
10.
Sorry.
You were close.
They're a solid 10.
Number 10.
There it is.
Yeah, but I'm looking for.
Oh, you want this? There you go, right there. You just hit it.
Comes right after
There you
9.
go. There you go. Got more to go.
Okay, last meeting I was left with a couple of questions. I wanted to get back with you on those. And I'll go ahead and throw the jet ski in there, even though that's a different department. But the jet ski, I think Mr. Postle, 98 hours on the jet ski. If I think that question came up in our last one. And then again, I was asked to prioritize some of the items that I think Mr. Corbett asked to prioritize. In my presentation, and I know Ms. Sweeney's going to talk about the salary proposal and things like that. That's number one priority for the FD. Then going into the radios, then the pickup, the nozzle package, and then the dry suits.
So that's the priority?
That's my
Radio,
priority.
truck, nozzles,
Yes.
dry suits. Okay.
Do we want to go through line item again?
And all of those are inclusive in this budget.
Mm-hmm.
All that's covered. A few of the line item increases that we've requested. There's $2,000 in telecommunications. That's just additional iPads that we utilize in the rigs. And then I've requested a $10,000 increase in the vehicle maintenance, and that's just maintenance costs have been extravagant this past year, and it just continues to rise. So I request to put additional funding in there because you don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm having a lot of emission-related issues over the past few years, and there's a trend increasing with that, unfortunately. And then dues and subscription, another $2,000 in that. We've added on to Carrie mentioned iWorks. The FD's added a software portion of iWorks for fire inspection, so a little increase is needed there as well.
The contracts look like they went up about 6,000. That's where the iWorks come in?
2,000 they went up? 2,000?
No, okay.
That was the iWork, that went
Yeah,
up by
we're
2,000.
budgeting the same as we did last year.
The contract stayed the same. We put the iWorks
Dues and subscription.
into dues and subscription.
Okay.
That's more of a subscription service for that.
Okay. See it. Got it.
And Pete, while we have Richard and Joseph here, if you want to go back to your revenue discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Anglin. Each year, when we put together what our projected revenues are going to be for the town, one of the items is our fire fees that we get from both municipal citizens and from part of our fire district that's outside of our municipality. Every year, well, if I go back 5 years, every year we have exceeded the county tells us what they think the projection is going to be for the upcoming year. However, what they do is they look at what was received this year and they say that's what's going to be received next year. And and it's their business plan. It's conservative, but they're not basing it on projected growth because the projected growth cannot be guaranteed. All of a sudden, the bottom could fall out of the residential or commercial market and expansion doesn't happen. However, starting back in 2021, we've had an increase over what was projected of 9%, 5%, 9%, 7%. Last year, I lobbied council. The amount of money that was projected by the county was
$2,500,000.
$2,455,000, but projected by the county, and our actual income was $2,509,509, which was a 7% increase over the year before. This year, they're saying $2,509,000 is what would be projected for the 25-26 season or calendar budget year. I would contend that very conservatively, we should bump that up to $2,600,000, which would be a 3.6% increase over last year. We've seen historically that the amount of money that we've received has always been significantly greater. Again, it was a $155,000 increase last year, a $200,000 increase the year before. I'm saying that we should bump this up by the $91,000, and to get us to an even $2.6 million, so that we properly, accurately, and I think still conservatively budget properly within the fire department, because that money has to be spent in the fire department, not on capital projects, but on salaries and items that are fixed plant, let's say, for the fire department. I look at that as being still ultra conservative. We've got homes in Gull Landing that are not in this. We've got homes in the part of our fire district that's outside of our municipality, and there's a ton of them.
We go all the way up to 17, US 17,
Not
on both
quite.
sides of 904, almost.
Not quite.
No, Cameron Woods.
Okay.
That's the big one.
But all those new homes that are being built outside of Cameron Woods, right next to the Talk of the Town restaurant,
Yeah.
those are all in our fire district.
Mhm.
And I mean, and you look at Gulls Landing. Gulls Landing has 97 homes in it. That a good proportion of those will be added this year.
A lot of homes on the island going up.
Well, you had a lot of renovations going on, and some new ones and vacant lots. You're right. But I look at it as not being liberal in this. I'm not looking for money. I just think we need to be accurately reflecting. And the county tends to be very conservative. They have every year. And what they say to us should be our projections for the upcoming year. And they've always been off by 100 to 200 to 155,000 to 163,000. And I just think we need to properly budget.
Yeah.
And
So these fire fees have to be dedicated for pay cost or operation?
Operational.
Just
pay.
operations.
you
That's
can't
the-
buy a fire
not-
truck with them.
You can't buy a fire truck,
No.
but can you pay the fire department?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of a key line in there is
Well, it's
what
like-
our pay estimate is.
Correct.
It's like the planning department where the money has to be spent within that department.
Yeah.
It's,
Peter,
What's-
or Tara, when do we receive that money?
we receive it periodically, and our rate of receipt has been like 98.9% of what the actual, it comes in your tax bill, and you have
Oh,
the
I know that,
opportunity
yeah.
to pay it.
Yeah.
It's due by January 1st. Most people pay it earlier than that. I'm not sure how the county allocates that to us. I'm sure it's quarterly
Quarterly.
or something like that. Is it based upon their receipts?
So yeah, I mean, we get it quarterly. I have to send them an income statement every quarter. I'm actually getting ready to send them one whenever we get done today. And then after I send that to them, they send us a payment.
Is there a downside of raising it up to 2,600,000?
I would just ask that I go back and see where we're at right now. I just made myself a note to look and see where we're coming in current year with the revenues right now, and then just kind of evaluate where we're at right now, and then adjust it.
Chief
Just-
and I
just
have
so I
the-
feel comfortable. with
Chief
it.
and I have that spreadsheet that's based upon empty acreages. It's based upon per square foot of unit. It's
And a lot of that, it depends on when the home is CO'd. So they build the home. When does that CO fall within that calendar year? That depends if we get credit. The spreadsheet Mr. Larkin's talking about, on homes that are 2,000 to 2,999 square feet. This spreadsheet showing we had an increase of 123 homes for this prediction. So we're confident that we had more homes than that constructed in Sunset Beach, but it's the fire district, but it's a conservative number depending on when the CO falls. So, and our actual collection rate's very, very high, very high.
All right, I'd just like council to consider that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that Tara wants to take another look at it. It's,
Thank you, Peter. That's interesting.
So at what point do we have to start making decisions of this? The next meeting?
Oh, I mean,
No.
today, I mean, if there's something that stands out to you
Jumps on.
that you want out or that you absolutely want in, I mean, this is direction.
well, nobody's made a statement, at least to me, as to, does everything that we're looking at here in this binder, does that create a balanced budget where the tax rate would stay the same? You know,
Yeah,
we've not
We're not
mentioned
proposing
that.
any
and
changes
it's,
to tax rates.
I mean, if all of a sudden you say to me, we need a 3-cent tax rate, I'm going to go back and there's going to be some stuff that's
Yeah, there's-
taken out of
yeah.
here. But
So the factors in here that are that can change, that are unknown, so to say, are and what causes this to be able to be balanced basically is the special assessment. And so I don't know what that looks like going forward, because that is based on meetings to come, because it hasn't happened yet. And so,
you're talking about the dredging special assessment.
yes.
So
I
what
mean,
you're
that
doing,
is money that goes into general fund,
So-
and that is money that you can use towards however it is council decides to use it. It's like I said, one of the things that I want to do is call other beach towns and see what percentages that they usually see come in first year after a special assessment, kind of see how that lines up.
Can we look
To
how
get
it
a better
happened?
prediction of how that could come in. This is just over 1/3.
Yeah. Can we look how it happened in what, 2002, the last time we had this? Do we still have that kind of data laying around?
Right.
That was the last time we did a special assessment on dredging, I think.
We have those files. I don't know that there's income spreadsheets that would show when they came in, but we could definitely check the file.
Well, I mean, just to get an idea. Did the assessments for when the sewers and water went in, those went through the state taxes. So I think they work differently. The county taxes, right?
County. Right.
Yeah, the county taxes. So that worked differently.
The town wasn't involved.
Yeah.
In that assessment.
I guess what you're saying is because the town is bankrolling the dredging project, but the general fund is being reimbursed as the participants in the dredging district pay the money. We just don't know if they're going to pay the amount of money up front on day one, just to get it away from them. You know, I don't want to think about this anymore, or whether we were going to finance it at 3% for
Yeah.
3 years.
They would
So-
avoid interest if they pay in the very beginning. They avoid the interest on the multi-year payment of how it was initially presented.
So this amount we have on it now looks like it's roughly 1/3 of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And that actually may make sense because, several years back, we had an option of doing 8% when interest rates were running around 2 or 3%. And so we lowered it down to 3%. Now the interest rates have gone up. So, financially speaking, you're better off paying your interest for 3 years and putting the money in the bank and making a difference, just in very simple terms. So 1/3 is probably a fairly reasonable starting point at this.
Well, that
given
would
the
that would
financial
be the most
conditions.
conservative, though, because people would pay it a third. But
Yeah.
some people just don't want the bill.
Yeah.
And they want to just
Yeah.
pay it. And so I agree with Councilman Corbett that it would be a conservative way to look at it.
So I think it's a reasonable number, assuming we get to the point where we can levy the payments, the assessments.
Got a question.
we're not there yet. Yes. Oh,
Okay.
go ahead.
No problem, but yours individual, your, if you request the dry suits and the other things and the nozzle. I mean, that's important for guys. My question being only because it's missing here is a little bit of it is the UTV replacement, the vehicle plus outfitting. What does the outfitting cost?
Bear with me.
Accommodation tax?
Let me switch over to the next.
Is
Can we
that,
do that?
It's
that's not in
That
fire.
comes in the beach.
It's on beach. It's in the beach tab.
Number 18.
Oh, it's in the.
We hadn't gotten to it yet.
I didn't see it there.
So I'll just do a really quick overview of what I did. So I took
On what? The
accommodation tax.
Okay.
So I took accommodation tax because it was getting confusing and nobody really knew what they had in accommodation tax because there was more and more people on the beach and in parks and different things that were happening. And so it was getting throughout the year, nobody was sure how much money they had left, who was getting what was happening. And this makes it more transparent. Everybody knows what they have and where they're at. So there is a beach rescue section, a beach patrol section, and a parks and rec section. It's still just one fund, and it's essentially breaking it down into 3 departments. And it's basically like fire, police, and parks and rec. So that's just kind of like the broad overview of what that looks like.
Okay.
And I did pull salaries out because the salaries for each of those sections. And so you'll see in the notes, if you look back at the fire department, what was your 10 in the notes off to the side, you will see where it says that I subtracted out of the salaries specific amounts. You'll see those amounts in the accommodation tax side of each of those departments.
Okay,
Okay. Good.
makes sense.
And I think that's a great thing, giving us our own little budget in the accommodations fund. It really helps tracking throughout the year and things like that. So thank you, Tara. Over on beach rescue on accommodations, in this salary, we've added the additional 15,000 for the one additional person, June through August. So, and Tara added 40% of Captain Brown's salary in this as well. But going over, Mr. Posel, to your UTV question, so outfitting, we carry quite a bit of tools out there. One thing we added last year was a rescue board, which is a surfboard mounted to the top of the UTV. We currently have one in play. In the future, we'll have an additional for that, but we carry EMS supplies. Our largest purchase of day-to-day operations is EMS supplies. So we go through hot packs, cold packs, everything we carry on a fire truck, we carry out there. But the difficulty is the supplies don't last as long because it's such a tough environment. So blood pressure cuffs, stethoscopes, things like that, that we go through a couple of those a year. But the outfit includes the boxes that we carry, binoculars. We go through things like that a lot. We do have a siren and a few emergency lights on the vehicles as well. So that's the total cost for that, getting them in service.
Where's all this stuff? I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Where is all of this in that spreadsheet?
Department supplies.
It's in number 18.
Oh,
Under beach
Tab 18.
Tab 18.
Yeah, under that, but all these things you're talking about are department supplies?
yeah, there's notes on the side. So the jet ski's down at the bottom for 18 and the side by side is down at the bottom for 21. And then if you go up to department supplies, it's broken out. It says beach awareness supplies
Okay.
and then supplies to outfit the side by side.
So the actual
Okay.
cost of the UTV is dependent on what they have in stock that day. So the way we purchased this in July, if you approve, and historically what has happened, we're in between model years. So if you look at the apparatus replacement program, you'll see we have two 2024 UTVs currently. One of them we purchased in 23, so it's a bit confusing there. So the solid number for a UTV will not be accessed until we have one in stock. So the price ranges from $18,000 to $19,000 depending on what they're going to have that day. So we're estimating $2,000 to $3,000 for the outfit, depending on that. So that's included in that 21 price.
Okay.
But the supply, the 266 line item, that's where we get our EMS supplies and things like that. Binoculars, rip current. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. I requested to do flags, additional flagging on the beach, strand that the poles, the mounting hardware is already there. So we hope to institute those flags going up when we get on the beach. So all
Rip
that
current flags.
Rip current awareness flag. Yes. And this is a new line item, so request for department supplies, it's around about what we did last year, the vehicle maintenance and things like that. That's going to be a jet ski service in there as well as boats, jet ski, things like that. The UTVs, they get serviced, we're guesstimating 3 times a year annually, depending on the hours. A beach season is around 500 hours per machine. That's what we're averaging out, 500 hours a summer.
Is there one place in here that summarizes the whole accommodations tax? Consolidates police, fire, and park and recreation?
I think there's a revenue page, isn't there?
It didn't.
Okay, thank you.
I did, but it didn't print. I didn't realize.
Chief, does just talking about beach patrol salaries and wages, does this, I know you got 40% in for supervisory. Does that reflect the new STEP program that we have been talking about?
Yes.
The total of all three would be like, it would be 762. Or 60.
Radios,
Say again?
762, 460.
Radios are also covered in here, or are you using hand-me-downs from FD?
We have radios designated for beach rescue, so
Okay. You don't need more.
we don't need any more for that. We're covered there. Yeah. It's a little more taxing on them out there, but we're currently good.
Got any more questions for them?
I do not.
Nope.
I do not.
Nope.
That was good.
Sure. Our police will be up next.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. 999.
Uh-oh.
Turn in the hall.
Nine.
This is
Well, we
You can go
could.
ahead, you can go ahead and start
Yeah,
talking.
go ahead and
She
start.
just-
I don't recall leaving with any sort of marching orders as far as clarification on items. Please correct me if I'm wrong. As far as any sort of clarification that was wanted on any of my previous proposals.
We talked about the wellness program and things like that, those items.
Right, but was there anything from council direction when we left that last meeting that you wanted clarification on? I don't recall any. Mr.
I
Crosby?
just we only talked about the ability to maintain the cameras as far as which firms local respond faster. And I think that was the only thing we talked about afterwards.
Right, yeah, I followed up with an email that you sent to me
Yep.
and that question to answer it publicly. They don't do the servicing. We'd have to contract with somebody to fix that ourselves. I'm trying to remember what was your other question with regard to that. Like,
Well, just their timing as far as was one local, was one out of state.
yeah,
Or-
we'd have to find a vendor to help us with those sort of repairs. So the equipment's going to be owned by us with the Verkada option. Flock Safety, that option was a 100% lease, but it was significantly more costly. It was a continual, every single year we'd be paying for Flock. So what you have in the budget there in front of you suggests contracting with or making a purchase rather from Verkada so that we own the equipment, then we'd be responsible. There's a warranty, but outside of the warranty period, we would be responsible for contracting with somebody to do the repairs. With Flock, it's all leased equipment. I do have the addition of 2 Flock cameras remaining in the budget, just 2, and that would come with the annual subscription fee.
Now, one has a license plate reader, right?
That's Flock,
Block.
right? So we'd have 2 of those.
Okay.
So your recommendation was Verkada, right?
It is
Yes, that's what you
supplemented by
said.
2
Yeah.
Flock cameras.
Yeah.
Chief, I think we were talking about 30 cameras. Is that the right number, or was that just an approximate target? And the reason I ask is I think we have 32 cameras now. And I guess my specific question is, one of our local nonprofits donated 2 cameras that are located out on the pier to be integrated into the town system. And I didn't know if you were considering the strategic location of those pier cameras and having that incorporated into the new Verkada system.
I did not include the donated cameras. I just included the town cameras. And at the price that we have budgeting with the licensing, it would be for 10 locations with Verkada. And then we'd have the 2
Because there's
additional
multiple
Flock.
cameras at some of those locations, isn't that it?
That's correct.
Okay.
But that still is not a full implementation. It's not a full replacement for what I'm asking. So it's the top 10. So perhaps, in the next budget cycle, we can replace the rest.
Okay.
But there was no consideration of the pier cameras because they're not ours.
Because so they would just stop working, because we would get off of a Focus Broadband's system, if you will.
No, because we're not doing a full implementation. So we'd still have those cameras.
Okay, so they'd still be visible to us.
They would record. I don't know that we would keep them up as a live view like we have now. We'd probably switch to the Verkada cameras for part of the live view.
Okay.
Because we don't have the way our system is set up now. The TV the TV that we use, it's a large, I believe, a 65 or 70-inch TV that we use.
Mhm.
And the more cameras you put on there, the smaller
Smaller
those images
pictures become.
become. So we can't monitor every single camera at the same time. We kind of watch, key intersections, key locations through town where we tend to have any sort of traffic congestion, pedestrian concerns. And that's what we would continue to do.
Could we still would it be accurate to then tell the nonprofit that those cameras are available, even though they may not be on the screen that we're looking at 24/7? We can always click them on and look and see what their view is.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So they would still be functioning.
They would be functioning. They would be recording to a DVR. And I don't know what Fire's needs would be to have the beach cameras up and visible throughout the season.
Well, during the wintertime, you're looking at seagulls.
This is
so
true.
It's,
Yeah. But in the on season, I mean, likewise, we might do the same. We might find the need to do that. But from a safety standpoint, that one doesn't necessarily rise to the
Sure.
top of the list. It's
Agreed.
Yeah.
pretty-
Where does the
pretty
Twin
low
Lakes
crime on our beach
cameras?
train.
well, I'm
The
talking
bird watch.
about they're at the bird walk.
Where
It's-
is what? I'm sorry.
Which are the Birdwatch cameras? Are they donated, or are they the
No,
old
those are
system? or the
those
new-
are
those are
town
town
cameras
cameras.
that are on Shoreline Drive West.
It's only the 2 pier cameras that were donated.
Correct.
Okay.
So the bottom line here is you're looking at a two-step process, a 2-year process to replace all the cameras.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. So when it says 10 locations, don't think that that's 10 cameras,
Right.
because some of those locations
You
have
you were clear on that.
Yes.
multiple
yes,
cameras.
Yeah.
said
Okay, thank you.
multiple- Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
If there's any other points of clarification that are needed from the proposal, I'm more than happy to address those. Otherwise, we can look at the increases by line that's shown in tab number 10. No, 9. Tab number 9.
Yes.
Well, I got a question for,
Yes, sir.
we're talking about replacing 4 vehicles,
3.
3.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to, have we decided to purchase versus lease those vehicles?
We have decided to purchase versus lease. Just the fees that are associated with the lease, our finance director felt that it was not a beneficial purchase for 3 vehicles to incur that kind of finance charge for those vehicles.
I calculated out you're right.
And we're not
It's
leasing.
trying to save us money.
We're not leasing any other vehicles. I don't think now. Anyway,
No.
are we?
No,
With the police department.
but you can always ask.
Is it 4?
We've got 3
I'm sorry, it is 4.
Explorers and 1
I
truck,
misspoke.
right?
I misspoke. It is 4.
Yeah, please.
It's 4.
Yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
Which, while we're on that line, that is the reason that there's an increase as well, because we didn't purchase that many last year. That's why that line goes up.
Well, what's nice, what you do is the capital replacement plan, the chart that you have here makes it pretty simple to see how old the vehicles are, their use, and so on. So
It's helpful, but then, the driving habits of the individual. There's a lot of factors that come into play, and sometimes cars just, you buy 2 identical Ford vehicles and one's going to outlast the other, and there's really no rhyme or reason for it.
true.
Have we factored in the sale of the vehicles that are coming offline?
You're giving one or have given one out west in North Carolina.
So I don't know what those revenues have been in this fiscal year, and as far as projections for sale in the next fiscal year, because if we're getting 4, we're likely going to sell 3. And I say that because if we have the captain's position, we may recycle one of those vehicles, just trade that off to, or not trade that off, but assign that to that extra position so we don't have to purchase an extra vehicle. But those vehicles, used police cars, I don't remember exactly what we're pulling out of those on our sales, but I want to say it's $5,000 to $7,000. They're selling pretty good on Gov versus closed bid.
They'll sell better if you left all the insignias on them.
They would. They certainly would.
Just paint them over lightly.
They just paint it lightly. Yeah,
Yeah, make them
I'm-
ghost cars.
And so if we focus on the tab 9 and outside of the salary increases, do we want to discuss salary increases, or are those already covered in another section for accommodations?
Suzanne.
Sweeney, will-
No, I'm talking about these lines, not for our step. Just talking about these.
What's being transferred?
Yeah.
I mean,
Or do you want to wait on that?
We can do that.
Yeah.
We can go to 18.
yeah, you wanna go over
Before
to
you leave the cars,
Combination
looking at your vehicles, you've got 4 vehicles programmed this year. Then you go down to 2 next year. I'm talking about the
The replacement
police
schedule.
vehicles, replacement vehicles, not the UTVs and
Sure.
beach vehicles. Then 2, 3, 3, and 3. It looks like that's accomplishing what the goal was at the beginning of this purchase all the vehicles, is to space it out so we don't have needing 10 vehicles in 1 year and then 2 vehicles the next year.
Correct.
Keeping it going out like that.
Yeah.
That seems to be working good.
It is, and as I mentioned in the first presentation, I probably mentioned it last year even, that the take-home program has exceeded the expectations because we assumed a 5-year replacement, and we're getting 7 in most instances out of these vehicles. They're being taken care of.
To ask a question, and I think it's where you were going, maybe I'm just wrong here, but everything that's out as a margin note here, and some are in red, are they been transferred into tab number 19 for beach patrol
Yeah.
accommodations tax?
That's what it says.
Are we talking about that?
Nice, talking about this here in red.
Oh,
And
yeah, that's the beach patrol.
yeah, those are the numbers in red is what was moved into accommodations or covered by accommodations. I
Yeah.
don't know that it was necessarily moved, but that amount was covered in accommodations because that's a percentage of the beach patrol and the beach patrol supervisor.
So the red numbers have already been
I took
subtracted
it out
out.
of those.
They're
yes.
not in this same
Yes, sir.
spreadsheet. They've been moved over to another. Okay.
That's correct. Any other questions? If not, we'll move down to training and certification shows a $1,000 increase over last year. We are sending our people to more outside trainings, and it's been very beneficial for both leadership training, supervisory training, and line levels. So we want to keep that going. Tires, I don't know that that needs much of an explanation. They're not cheap. Supplies is going up by just a mere $300. Cell phone costs, we have a cell phone on each of the UTVs this year for our beach patrol. So we had to add a line there, or add 2 lines rather, so that we have one of those on each utility vehicle. Liability insurance, I don't know that I can explain that there.
It just goes up every year.
There you have it. It just goes up every year.
It does.
Equipment is showing that we are down from the last year's budget, and I can't explain that one either.
We had like the scan fingerprint thing. There was like different things
I
that you didn't
know.
purchase.
Okay. So
So
yeah, the
it's
finger, yeah, equipment that we purchased last year, such as the fingerprint machine, was in equipment, and those are one-time purchases, which is why that went down.
A loaded political question. Is the state or anybody trying to estimate what these state purchased vehicles are going to cost under the new tariffs?
Well, the state contracts were already out, so I don't think that they're adjusting them. We got the state contract amounts ahead of time, so
Good,
Wow.
So that's good for this year.
good.
Pardon?
We're buying Ford and Chevrolet cars.
Look at what's under the hood.
Made in Mexico doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh, boy.
Okay, just threw that out to clog up the discussion.
You did a good job.
I was
did well.
wondering when that was going to come up today. It's because I've thought of it several times, but I didn't want to go there.
Yeah. We'll face that when we see it. Okay.
do you have any other questions in the police department, or do you want to look at their accommodation tax side?
Let's go to our accommodation.
What's the number on that, Tara?
19.
19.
Got it. Yep.
Are you going to cover that?
Hmm?
Are you covering that?
What do you want research?
This is your document, not mine.
I got the numbers from you. This is just the other section of the accommodation tax where it's split out for. I pulled the salaries for I got the salary portion from the police department for what would cost the coverage plus the 40% of the supervisor that they have for the beach patrol. And then the other salary lines that are associated with it. And then these are the costs that they had broken out for the rest of their operating for the beach patrol side, for code, their code enforcement side.
So the beach patrol hours themselves is 73,000. Those are the summer hires
That's the
that are
that's
actually.
the cost that it had for broken out by the coverage and the hours throughout the summer.
Yeah, May 1 to October 1, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 2 people on the beach plus a supervisor.
And the supervisor's a new position this year that was done by others last year, but
Kind of. So we had a police officer on the beach last year along with 2 compliance people. So now that police officer is going to be assigned to the island to patrol the island. So we're going to try to get as much as we can the island covered by the beach patrol supervisor once their team is up and running and functioning on their own. Of course, there's going to be times where we're going to need to pull somebody from shift to cover the island.
So what were the hours?
6A to 6P. And then there's the nightly sweep that happens for leftover cabanas after 7.
Is that done by a uniformed officer, or do you have part-time?
It's done by compliance.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So virtually the same as you did before. It's
Yes, sir.
So the uniform officer, once the beach patrol gets set up and going and is available running around the island, so like patrolling speeding and
yeah,
low speed vehicles and their
any
operations.
other associated beach related or summertime
Yeah,
related.
but not parking. They're not parking during 9 to 5.
Well, they are. That's not their mainstay.
Yeah.
But I don't expect a marked patrol car to drive by say a fire hydrant violation and just ignore it. So if they see it, they're going to act on it.
Okay.
But that's not their mainstay.
Good.
so you say 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now after 6 p.m., it's the regular police that will cover the beach.
Correct.
And okay, because that's a time 6 p.m., 9 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m. It is when I've been over there working on parking. That's the time that people have said becomes a very, to some people, dangerous time on the island with golf carts flying around, bikes flying around, golf carts with younger drivers that are really not licensed and all that kind of stuff that people are observing.
Sure.
But that's the thing that your people will pick up from there. And I encourage them to get out there and
They will. I
Yeah.
think you're going to see, well, you're going to see and you're going to hear, I'm sure you're going to hear some things about the way that we're enforcing the beach this year. Or I'm sorry, not the beach per se, not the strand, but low speed vehicles. We just had a department meeting this week where we addressed what was going to take place this summer, and they were given direction on what I want to see with enforcement of the golf cart violations that we've had previously.
Okay,
It's
good.
going to be much higher rate of enforcement.
Good. Excellent.
So as far as, yes, after 6 p.m., then it falls on the shift's responsibility, just like anywhere else. You know, if there's complaints of speeding in Sandpiper or unlicensed drivers in Sandpiper, you know, we'll patrol it as a part of our regular pattern.
Didn't we already have one LSV sort of incident where somebody fell out of it on Canal Drive a week or 2 ago? It was in
Somebody fall out of a car?
one of the reports,
I think that was in the fire.
in the fire
yeah, it
report.
was in the fire report.
Mike handled that.
It was a medical as opposed to police.
Well, seems that
There was one.
if somebody's fallen out of a low speed vehicle, it's in addition to the medical, there was either a seat belt or a speeding or not a stop sign.
I remember one in Sandpiper, which
Yeah,
was
this was on Canal 13.
Heart attack.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just it needs the patrolling needs to be done,
and it will.
That'll be
And
good.
we're not going to catch them all.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you ever been fishing, you don't catch all the fish.
No,
But
The word
But
will get around.
the word
Word that analogy.
that'll be it. The word will get out.
Yeah.
we might scare the fish.
Yeah.
Where did you come up with that?
That was good. That was good.
Oh, we heard them together so the Sharks can get them.
Either way.
Okay.
The word will get out. Don't worry. That's good. That's good. Thank you.
No new UTVs needed for you.
Unless you want to give me one, no. No, we don't need it this year. We're set. We bought one last year in the middle of the budget season, and we were able to use GovDeals surplus money to purchase that. So we're set.
Good. There was some discussion about using a piece of property on First Street for police staging. Is that happening or going to happen?
It is.
For parking.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to cost us anything, or is that
It's not.
just
No.
just courtesy letting us use that piece of property?
We have an agreement with the owner of that property that we can use that to park our utility vehicles. So as our beach patrol supervisor leaves the beach strand to assume patrols on the island in a patrol vehicle, the UTV can be parked there securely and safely.
And vice versa when he's
Correct.
park it there when he goes out.
Right, because that's the
Good.
agreement that only marked patrol vehicles will be parked there.
Good.
Good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Sir.
Anything else?
Thank you,
No.
gentlemen.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, Lisa, what we're doing here,
Thanks,
Lisa
Dan.
and
Did we
Tara,
talk
is that
personnel? Didn't the police want personnel?
we're still waiting for the climax of revenues versus
Do we,
income versus expenditures.
do we have
And
personnel? Excuse me a second.
Chief,
They were going to discuss that later.
The salary step.
Personnel.
for the fire department?
You wanted
You
Chief,
wanted
you
captain.
wanted a new captain.
Oh,
Sorry to disturb you that.
It's in his.
It's
his-
in, it was
budget.
in the numbers we just looked at.
It's in the numbers? Yeah, okay.
It's a nice round figure.
yep.
That was back in,
Number 9.
that was a 9.
But
One requested captain.
We were looking at the
Like that's the.
well, it's on the box sheet right here
Yeah.
in section 3, and it's a nice round number.
Yeah.
Okay, where did we put that
This
box
was
sheet?
in tab 3. It's the
right.
last page of
Yeah.
tab 3.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Bottom left.
Yeah.
Did you have specific questions about?
Well,
the captain position?
just
And that's where I was going, John, when I said
justification.
we haven't said absolutely yes to
Yeah.
all of these. We haven't said no either,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it depends upon the culmination. And it looks like our,
Isn't it different over here?
what do we call that fund? What's it called?
Capital improvement.
No, the thing that we're divvying up 307 ways?
accommodations.
No.
Oh, the dredging,
Yes.
the assessments.
Assessment, that's the word I was looking for. That still has to, that's a part of this whole thing coming together.
Yeah, it's an unknown at this point.
But we, just like everything else, when it comes to revenues, they're all unknown. But they're based upon, as Mr. Corbett said, I think you were assuming a third.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, and so this is, we're discussing, and so that you're asking questions and kind of seeing, like you said, justifications and getting clarification on different things. And if something stands out as a consensus for all of you, and you're like, whoa, absolutely not.
well, to look at this one thing,
That's
the
a
captain's position, I think it's justified.
Yeah.
However, like anything else, it's a
Yeah.
matter of,
Yeah.
can we afford it?
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
whole package has to have a bow
Yeah.
put around it that says, here's the tax rate based upon all of this.
Yeah, you're not going to know that today. Like nothing's set in stone today. And so it's more of the information gathering for you to get more information. we have another meeting on the 25th
Yes.
where I'll take some of this. I'll be able to get even more. This will be more drilled down specific before we come back to you again. Next meeting. So next week, you'll get sheets printed off for you to put into your books. And you'll be able to go through it and look at it, and I'm sure come up with more questions as well. And then also have the other sheets to have it more drilled down, and as well. And then as we get closer to different things that are happening with the town, it becomes more specific as well. I mean, this doesn't get approved until June, and we're in April, and so things can change. But it's good to gather information along the way and get a direction, because
If we look at the agenda, I didn't see an item for Parks and Recreation. Do we still have to go through that?
yes. So that would be right now.
I had one more
You
question.
have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, go ahead. You have a question.
Well,
Go ahead.
simply, Chief, in the presentation you made at the last meeting, it said captain's position 85,000, and then the box here says 100,000,
Benefits.
and that's with benefits probably. Well, that's what I was asking.
That's what it
Yeah,
says.
I've put including.
It says
benefits.
That
including.
includes benefits, so
Yeah.
85. Okay, that's fine. That's clear.
Where it was not filled last budget cycle, is that did we approve the position and not fill it, or did we just not approve the position?
The position was not approved
It
last
had
year.
not been approved yet.
Oh.
Okay. So this is adding to your police force.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good.
Doesn't mean you go out and hire them yet.
Well, July 1st isn't that far away.
Well, would your idea be to hire promote from within or hire from outside?
We're gonna determine the best way forward once we find out if this is approved.
Did you
That's a
expect
political
it?
Well stated.
Good, Dan.
Any other questions you don't want me to answer?
You're dismissed.
Oh, here comes Parks and Recs.
Parks and Recs.
Parks and Rec.
Fireworks. What's those all about?
We can do a team.
What are they all
Tab
about?
8.
8.
I thought it was tab 20.
It's both.
It's both.
Okay.
She's pretty split.
Split.
Okay, tab 8.
Okay. Parks and Recreation.
All right. So in tab A portion of the budget that's coming out of the general fund, we have the Christmas events, the tree lighting, along with lighting, special Christmas lighting that's going to go into the park. I did meet with a local vendor, and he has provided a proposal which is within the budget that we had talked about last time. We might be speaking of just a couple of different items, but we'll still have a tree and we'll still have the gazebo itself lit up, and then we can go from there and decide what we were looking at. I know we had talked about getting sponsors for that, which I am all in favor of. Just need to, we have included it in the budget. The only place where we've taken into account sponsorships is for Sunset at Sunset, because we have a pretty steady roster of local businesses who like to contribute to that. So that's taken out there. The other items that are in the general fund are the Green Wave. We've expanded it this year, and so $8,000 is the number that's included in the town events, as well as the $23,000 for Sunset at Sunset, which is everything except for the buses. Based on this year's event, we're going to reduce the number of buses. We can use one parking lot instead of two. So instead of having, we had 5 buses last year, and we'll be able to bring the number down to 3. We did have the large coach buses. I had ordered mini buses, and since they weren't able to accommodate the price, or they weren't able to accommodate the mini buses, they gave us the price of the mini buses, but gave us the big coach buses. So we didn't pay extra for those
Parking
kinds of
lot is going to
buses.
be the town.
No, I think we'll use Seaside, if they'll let us use the lot again. Was the lot that was used more than the town lot, than the lot, the grassy lot next to the that Kelly Stewart was kind enough to let us use.
We're in the village at Sunset Beach.
It works out really well, just right at Seaside, and they've let us use it in the past, so I'll pursue that again this year. The other item that came up while I met with the lighting contractor about the holiday lights was doing some uplighting in the park that would become a permanent fixture. And the idea would be to, one, add some lighting in the park for the evenings, but also we would have it installed and it would be there 12 months out of the year. And we would be able to do it based on a per tree price. So the idea would be to start with 4 trees this year, which is what I have in the budget, and which is listed under department equipment, and then be able to add 4 trees next year and 4 trees the year after. And I do have some photos of those trees that I can pass around.
What's the cost per tree?
You're talking about ground lighting that just lights the canopy up of the tree.
And I'll pass those around. He did come and do an example for me one night. So we were able to see what it would look like. And that price does include all of the trenching that would need to take place and the installation of the transformer. And it's all run off of an app, and the lights have a million different colors. So based on the holiday that was taking place, or if there was an organization we wanted to highlight, we'd be able to change the lights. So during breast cancer awareness, if we wanted to make the lights all pink in the park, we could do that. Or we could make them red, white, and blue for any holidays. We could do red and green at Christmas time. And they have a bunch of effects, and we can also set the timer up on those.
What would be your scheduled time normally?
That would really be up to the decision of the council. I would say a lot of people do dawn to dusk, or dusk till dawn. I think that's too much. I think that we can stop it at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. I might see what time the restaurant is next door to the park is open until, and then that would be kind of how long we would plan
One of my
on keeping it
concerns on
open.
lights that go on too long
Mhm.
is we have wildlife in there,
Sure.
and I don't think we should be putting lights on all night, which would, birds, and
Sure.
I'm very concerned about. I have lights in front of my house,
Mhm.
but they go off at 10 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah. Don't we have a closing time for the park? Or
The park technically closes at dusk. When
Okay.
that's when the park
Yeah.
closes.
So we're encouraging people to spend more time after dusk in the park.
Well, I don't know that we're encouraging people to spend more time in the park after dusk. I think it's just just a element to kind of elevate the look of the park. And I think it's also people go to that park in the evening anyway. And maybe this would be something that would keep them away from going to the park, because we'd be lighting up those darker areas that maybe they were looking for.
No.
They have to have the
And
cars
still, my
out of
question
it
was,
by
how
midnight.
much per tree is this project?
It's about $2,000 per tree, a little bit less than that.
That's for the whole year.
That is for the cost of the installation and all of and for the actual lights themselves,
We own
and
the
the
lights.
We own them.
and the maintenance of them. The person who installs them would be the one that would maintain them as well. And I know that last time when we had talked about the Christmas decorations, I had said that the price would change based on, we'll purchase the first year and then it would go down the second year. This vendor does rentals more than purchase, but if we do book for if we sign a contract for 3 years, we get a 5% discount each year. So it gives us more flexibility to be able to change things out year to year by not having to purchase them. And he also, again, maintains them, stores them, so we don't have any of that.
But we install them and take them down.
We do not.
Really?
No, no.
He's going to hang them and take them down in
Is
store.
this the company that does Christmas houses at Christmas time? all
This
over?
is a company that's based out of Ocean Isle, and he. So we met with them. He actually runs his company out of Ocean Isle, lives in Calabash, so he's back and forth through town all of the time. And they do houses. They do the entrances at Sea Trail. Was the one that he does. They do all of the lighting. For
What's
Sea
the
Trail.
company name?
Coastal Carolina Lighting.
Yeah. The nonprofits are still going to be able to do the fence?
Of course.
Still letting that?
We'll coordinate the lighting colors with the lights on the fence so that it all looks seamless.
Can you
The
imagine white?
nonprofits have just clear white LEDs.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether it's a warm or cool, we'll work together on that, but we'll make sure that we can have it all together. And I know that there's bows on that as well, and we'll make sure that that coordinates so it's looks
Thank you.
absolutely. And those lights, the uplighting, if we did decide to do that, can go in during the summer. Or we can decide when the lighting goes in, whether we want to wait for it to be for Christmas and use it as part of the Christmas tree lighting, or it can go in sooner than that based on when we have time to be able to get the work done.
On another subject, I
Yes.
seem to recall when we met last time, we talked about only down to about jazz in the park and going with 1 versus 2. Where are we at with that? Because I noticed in here we're showing an October and May.
We had, my feeling is that I think we do want to do 2 of them. It's coming out of the accommodations tax. And I feel like it's a nice benefit for residents of the town since we're doing it in those shoulder seasons. And it was so popular that I feel like we might be able to, that I think that twice a year would be good.
We had a consensus, not a unanimous, but the majority said yes for 2.
How does that fit within the accommodation tax rules?
And I
Did you-
think we'll be
are
able to
there any-
tell a little bit better once we're having the second one for this year on May 17th. So we'll be able to tell a little bit better whether or not it's as well attended as it was the first time.
So we have to we have to approve this quickly, it's May 17th, before the end of the budget.
But
Well, you'll have time
I
after
know,
May
it's for
17th. Yeah.
last year, I know.
we have last year's funds for
Yeah.
this May 17th.
That's our place, yes.
If you'll go to 20 now, we'll continue.
And part of Amy's salary's been spread over to here, right?
Yep, and that, so this includes a portion of Amy's salary and also any of the part-time parking for like the lots. This is like for events and things like that at the park or within the town for any events.
Is that the attendance?
The parking attendants, yes.
But this is not our own DPW employees or
No.
people that this is part-time.
Right.
Yes.
So anything associated with that is also part of this portion, and then portion of her salary, and then so the way that when Amy and I had talked about her budget, the things that had been talked about that could have potential sponsors or anything like that, I tried to keep that more in the general fund because getting any kind of like sponsorship money or event fee money would be hard to do in the accommodation tax side. So that stuff is what we kind of tried to gear more towards the general fund side. If any of that shifts or looks different, then that would be kind of how we would shift it between the general fund and the accommodation tax fund. So that's why that's basically how it's split between the two.
I have a minor question, and it's not a big deal, but I'm just trying to figure out where it goes. last year we had calendars which you gave out to everybody, right? And then you brought them back to town hall and sold them.
Mhm.
Does the money collected from the sale of the calendars go back into this accommodation tax, or it goes back into the general?
To general funds.
Okay.
And the same with T-shirts and things from Sunset at Sunset.
Okay.
Question, are we going to use better quality paper for the calendars?
The calendar. I'm going to change the calendars. Yes, I've heard the complaints, and I
There'll
will make
also be
sure.
boxes to write. what
And
you-
boxes with the dates?
I
stuff
know
like
we
that?
need boxes. Mike was very upset not to have boxes, so we'll make sure that there's boxes on the calendar. So the other items in here are for advertising, and that is all banners for new events. For previous events, I will get smaller vinyl stickers to be able to just put a change of date on there so that they can be reused each year. And then also the big one for me on this, and Tara can talk more about, there's the trash with the Second Island trash pickup, and the dumpster and cleaning services is all on there as well under contract, but the 4th of July event. And so for the 4th of July event, as we talked about before, we have a lot of different ideas, but we don't have exact plans set into place, mostly because we're going to have a committee of residents of town, and I don't want to make those decisions before we have the committee. I wanted to have a budget and then let the committee work with the committee to be able to come up with the exact events that we want to do. I think the only thing that we would like to set in stone is that we want to do the fireworks. And that's something that we would like to set
The budget you're suggesting for that is $60,000.
for the whole 4th of July
4th of-
celebration,
right, I
for
understand.
decor for the town, and all of the events that we had talked about last time. So community picnic, and then doing a little something extra at the market, and switching the concert from the Wednesday to the Friday so that we could incorporate the community picnic with that as well.
Thank you.
And then fireworks, and doing the fireworks, having shuttle service for that as well. And I've incorporated that into those numbers. I think that's important if we're going to do a fireworks show on the beach, that we have a shuttle service from the mainland.
It's going to be interesting as you find a place for people to sit, but I'm sure we can figure that out. It's-
Well, I think that our theme is going to be blanket the beach in red, white, and blue, hoping that there'll be more people bringing blankets onto the bus, so that we would have less chairs.
You mean they
going
can't bring their
onto the
cabanas?
bus. Well, people may, but it's going to be
Hard to see
They
the
have to
fireworks
take
if you're-
squeeze on that bus.
They
so.
got to be gone by 7:00. It's not nightfall. though.
Now, you started a committee on that, didn't you, for this one?
We will
you
start
will,
a
okay.
committee. I wanted to have a budget so
Mhm.
that way we could talk with some certainty about what our thoughts were, knowing X amount is going to be spent on the fireworks, because that's sort of a priority for a 4th of July celebration, and then determine how we want to use the rest of the money. So
Okay.
Have you thought of vendors out there,
during,
the fireworks?
I
I
haven't,
don't mean on the beach. I mean in the parking lot, someplace that would be designated.
I have not.
You could get a
It's-
snow cone or an adult beverage, or
It's just a matter of, that would have to be something that would need to be approved, because they aren't allowed on the beach area. So we'd need to get that. I think we'd have to, Lisa, I don't know, how would we do?
well, it's a special town event. I think we've got some latitude, but
Yeah.
I think we would wait for the committee to be formed and to come back with the suggestions of the events to take place during that week. And then those details would come from that committee.
Maybe the pier could stay open late and serve people.
the line would be longer than the pier.
Possibly.
Local vendors.
Okay.
Amy, you're full of ideas.
Yeah, thank you.
That's good.
Absolutely. I can find a way to use the $60,000. We can keep it in there for the next year, and I can plan some other great stuff too. So Just throwing that in there for next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we do all the tabs?
No, we got one more.
Mayor, how about a short break?
Yeah. Take
I
five.
guess give
5
them
minutes.
5 minutes so
5
they can
minutes. Ma'am.
All right, we're back in it. Go ahead, Miss Suzanne.
Good afternoon. I've been
Rachel.
asked to keep it short because everyone is getting hungry, so I'll make it fast. So I did want to introduce to you a proposal that we have for a step paid program. When I came on board last year in August, one of the things when I talked with the department managers that was a key concern was the recruitment and retention of employees for the town. So in looking at surveys for the municipalities in North Carolina, what we found was that the top three priorities for the other municipalities was also recruitment, retention, and employee engagement. So I think this concept of a STEP program had been introduced or at least been talked about and reviewed over the last couple of years. But we have put together a program for you that we hope will be successful, and we know it will be successful within the town as far as the employees are concerned. So if you look at a STEP program, if you're not familiar with a STEP program is actually pay for skill and knowledge. So what you're doing is as employees advance, they're able to earn additional increases in their pay based on what they know. So this does replace a traditional merit program, which if you are familiar with merit programs, there is a issue with subjectivity generally, and also for the ambiguity of those merit type programs. How are they distributed? What's the amounts? If you've got an excellent employee, but yet you have a baseline that you have to stay within, then you're not able to reward those employees that are doing an exceptional job. So this STEP program does eliminate that. And in your handout, I've given you the advantages of a STEP program are, first of all, recruitment. Next is retention. It also has an advantage that it is a pay for skills and knowledge. It does give a clear, defined career path for an individual so that when I come in, I can look at that career path and know exactly what I need to do and what my responsibility is as an employee to be able to advance to the next levels within the town. The training and succession plans are already in place. It does give you a training plan from year to year to year, again, to know what that advancement opportunity is for you. It also reduces, as I mentioned before, the subjectivity that comes along with the merit program. And it also helps with morale because people do have a clear defined program and a step way forward. Some of the challenges are that you do have to avoid salary compression, which you do that by aligning this program with your current salary grades. And the program that we are proposing does align already with the current existing salary grades that we have in those ranges. And then it can be a little bit costly up front, but again, this is an offset for merit. So you're taking the pool of money that you would have into merit and just placing it in with the STEP program because there is some initial alignment that has to happen in order for this program to be successful. And then you have some salary caps and maximums, and there is a portion of this plan that will address that, and that will be the longevity portion of it. It is a key fundamental portion of the STEP program because you do have individuals that are at their salary maxes. They are in positions where there is no room for advancement. There's no intention for them to go somewhere else. Someone may be happy in the particular position that they're in, so they aren't going to advance any further. But we want to reward those people for actually being with the town and having that longevity with the town. So it does have a portion that is a small portion of it as far as cost is concerned that does reward for that in the longevity. So some of the, there are some issues with salary compression. I'm not going to go into the details of that right now, but there is a definition there within that handout that I gave you about what salary compression is. We have been working on this by department. So each individual department is coming up with their own plan. Just because each individual department has specific and very detailed criteria for they need to advance to the next levels. So the police obviously is going to be different than the fire. The fire is going to be different than the inspection. And then the administration side of things is going to be different. Also in public works, it's going to be different. So each department will have their own plan design as far as what it will look like, but the overview will be townwide. So that is our particular proposal for being able to put this in. The longevity is on the last page. And just to talk about that a little bit, it does go from 1 full year of employment through 20 plus years. And it is a percentage of the amount for the base salary at that time. It is not an addition to base salary. It is a lump sum contribution once per year that's paid out generally in December. Right now we're doing a Christmas bonus. And to give you an example of that, the longevity, if we did it based on the chart that you have before you with the percentages, the total amount for that was about $55,000. We paid out $30,000 last year in bonuses. So it's about a net difference of $25,000.
So longevity pay does not add to their salary level.
No, sir.
And it doesn't add to the benefits in that. It's just money that
It's a lump sum. Yes, sir.
basically a bonus that comes in, or it's
Yes, that's
bonus
correct.
that much. Okay.
That's correct.
So
So we're
It's
talking
no
about two
hidden
things
costs on it.
here. We're talking about, because we've gone back and forth up here in council as to whether it should be a merit or a COLA raise for people. And I know some people up here had an issue with the way merits were distributed amongst various departments. So that would eliminate a merit.
That's correct.
And it would also eliminate what we used to call the Christmas bonus. That would not exist anymore.
That's correct.
The bonus would really be based upon longevity.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay, that's.
will we still give it out at the end of the calendar year, end of the fiscal year?
It would be calendar. It would be paid out in November,
Like it is
Bonus
now.
time.
just like the bonus is now as far as the timing.
So somebody that had been here 20 years could get a nice bonus.
Yes. But again,
Yeah.
that 20-year person most likely does not have anywhere else to advance to.
Right, they're
So
probably already
they
at the
would
top.
not be a part of the STEP program, would not be eligible to move up to any other levels, most likely. So that would be all they would get with the exemption of COLA.
Okay.
But somebody that was aggressive and kept moving up in positions, even after, say, 10 years, they could do quite well.
That's correct. And again, it's based on skills and knowledge,
Yeah.
and you're paying people for what they know. Did you have an addition?
So do we have something that shows what this STEP program is?
Each individual department will have one, but yes, we have one that's been worked on extensively by the police department and also by the fire department. Those are the ones that are probably the most advanced at this point.
Okay, and we'll see those as part of
Yes.
our decision-making process?
Absolutely.
And they're also the ones that really amount to the vast majority of this whole package
That is
cost.
correct, just because of the size of those two departments.
Yeah. And will those packages include the special pays that was being discussed earlier?
The incentives?
Incentives?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's all
Okay.
part of it.
Okay.
Yes. And that is, again, specific by department. It could be an addition of an incentive that you would get a percentage added to your base if you got a certain license of some
Yeah.
kind. Some of the, they're all different, but again, just as an example with the police, some of the courses that they would be taking require several hours of time. Like I know one of the leadership courses that is several hours. Ken, what's the hours? 400 hours. So these aren't things that they could just walk in and get within, a month's time or whatever. It's going to take an extensive amount of time to get there.
Suzanne, as time goes on, there will be new steps, if you will, or new advancements in skills and knowledge that we don't know about right now. Something new to the police department, let's say. How would that get integrated into the STEP system? Would it be you that would evaluate that as human resources? Would it be you and Lisa together? Would it be town council?
Well,
At department, that's at department level with the town administrator. What's in each specific in each specific level as far as the requirements for that level per department, the department head is the one that knows specifically what each level or certification involves.
Sure.
So the specifications of that are more of a manager type situation. Like as far as like their wheelhouse, so to say.
I appreciate that. I guess my the uncertainty is that of course, everything we do is an estimate based upon revenues versus costs, and that would be an unknown. We wouldn't know really on the start of the fiscal year as to during that fiscal year exactly how much advancement in salaries people were going to want to grab on.
You would, because it
Yes, you
wouldn't
would.
start until the
You would.
next year.
Right.
You don't get the money until next year after you.
You wouldn't. They wouldn't do it in the middle of the year. So they would be, if they achieved it, it would start in the next fiscal year. So
Okay,
you
so
would,
the unknown costs are then minimized.
yeah,
Okay.
you would absolutely know.
Yes.
So if they achieved it in September of 2025, they will get that next step July of 2026.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay.
Yes.
Got another question. On all the budget numbers that we've gotten, specifically with the fire and the police, has the STEP program has it been introduced into the numbers we got for salaries
Yes.
already?
Yeah, I asked that right up.
There is a little bit of there's a little bit of tweaking that I have to do in this entire budget. I have had an eventful couple weeks. It's Suzanne Sweeney and I have not gotten 100% to the penny of the dollar amounts, but I would say within just a couple $1,000. It's not off by very much. So it is included in here. So there's just a little bit of fine tuning that we have to do.
And I'll go back and answer one of the questions that you had, Mr. Larkin. You had a question about whether or not that was going to be in the, how they would know. As example, that will be a living document as far as it changing all the time. As example, the inspections department, the state requires different levels of certification for those inspectors. And that's ongoing change. It could be they don't have any changes for a couple of years, and then it changes 2 or 3 different certifications may change the requirements within a year. So that's going to be, when I say that it's a living document, it's going to be changed based on what those requirements are. The same thing's going to be for the police, same thing's going to be for the fire. A lot of it's going to depend on what those requirements are from outside entities.
And it's still going to allow the department managers to have say-so or have input, have direct
Absolutely.
into what they're saying is appropriate or not.
And it will also give that department manager, when they're sitting down to do their review, they will still do reviews, even though there won't be merit tied to that. They will then have that training plan for that employee for the next year coming forward. So it's a very clear path.
Good, thank you.
So basically, you've had tremendous cooperation from our department chairs, and overall, it's been very well received.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just because, again, the whole premise behind it is recruitment and retention. We had to do something. We had to adjust our scales in order to be able to recruit people in, because all of the municipalities around us, we were one of the lower paying as far as the starting. So we have to be able to bring those people in that have the skill sets that we need, and this will help us do that.
I have a question. Mr. Mayor, from your business background, how does this sit with you?
I think it's good. I think it gives an incentive to the people to further themselves and get more educated in what they're doing.
Well, it's very ambiguous right now on how you advance. If you come into, as an example, the police department, how you would go from officer 1 to 2, because that wasn't clearly defined. Yes, there was a lot of things out there already required by the state or other certifying entities, but it wasn't within our program within the Sunset Beach department.
Well, as I mentioned to you when we first mentioned this, I lived with this for the last 10 years of my career, and I think it worked out very well for everybody. Everybody knew where they were going, and when they hit the top, they knew they were there, and there was a way to, if you wish, incentivize them to keep on, because some people only want to go so far in their lives. That's all the responsibility they want.
Exactly. And that's why the longevity portion is a key fundamental factor into this program, because you will have those people, but we need that skill set. We need those people who are okay where they are and don't care about advancing any further. We still need that person within those departments as well.
Yeah. I come from a military background, and there's a lot of similarities between this program and the military program and advancement. You know, I like the potential that this one has.
Okay.
Do we have to approve this, or do we just, it's going to be part of the budget?
Well, they'll come back with
We'll have to
more.
come back. See
Well, it's just like
see
everything
some of
else
the
we
details.
talked about.
For review.
There's another
Get it
piece
in
to
knowledge.
this. As far as personnel goes, I was in the North Carolina Budget Association meeting this week, and they released their COLA and merit study. And so I actually got the early release of it. So they survey all of the municipalities and counties across the state and what they are planning on presenting and implementing, where they're sitting. And so they break it down by region, population, and staff size. So for Eastern North Carolina, the with a population between 2,500 and 5,000, it is sitting at between 3% and 3.2% for COLA, with a statewide average at 3.1%. That's COLA. What is included in the budget for COLA right now? Because when we did this, we didn't have any idea what anybody's doing. Nobody was sharing any information this year at all. So we had put in 2.8%. So if I brought this up to the 3%, which is where Eastern is at, it would change the budget by $8,600. If council wants to do that, what
So
your
in
thoughts
other words,
are
these
on that?
numbers that we have for salaries and wages includes a 2.8%
2.8.
COLA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the merit, which if we're doing this step, that we had said that that would eliminate merit. I just wanted to share with you what the survey had. So the statewide average for merit this year is an average of 2.4%. For Eastern Carolina, it's sitting with an average of 2.5%, with a maximum reported of 3.7, and with our population is 2%. And then the combined merit, so for combined for our population, is sitting right around 5.3%. With our staff size, the combined is at 5.1%. So for the staff size, it's at 5.1. For our population, it's 5.3, with a statewide average of 5.5.
This
So,
step program is going, sorry.
well, maybe we're saying the same thing, but are those merit numbers included in this budget?
No, I didn't
No.
put merit in here
So
because it has
I
the
mean, that's
step.
where the clarification is. This budget, this STEP program still would have annual COLA increases depending
Correct.
on the cost of living, but not merit increases.
Correct.
Well, let me ask
Go
I
ahead.
guess the balloon question. If we're looking at, say, 3% as a appropriate COLA, the STEP program is going to cost the town more money in salaries and wages, forgetting about COLA. I guess what I would like to have a head nod on, not necessarily here, but how does our typical employee end up? after we pull the trigger, if we pull the trigger on the STEP program, and with a, let's say, a 3% COLA, and I'm just saying that as a round number. I guess I could answer my own question by saying some would do maybe quite well because they happen to just coincidentally fall in the STEP program with their back criteria, so that they're going to get a good raise based upon the STEP program, an increase in salary based upon the STEP program. And others, not so much.
But
And-
you've also increased the base level for the STEP program from what we have now.
Yeah, but some of the people that are higher up
Yeah.
in that step are going to see they're not going to do anywhere near as well as some of the other people that coincidentally, because they're either a newer employee or they happen to have some of these boxes checked within the department, can qualify for
Essentially, if somebody's within the range of their step, there's no increase. If you're coming up to the next step, you're just coming up to the bottom of the next step.
Just like now, if you're in that scale, again, we're using the same salary ranges. Just like now, if you have someone that is at the bottom of that, they still would shift to the bottom of the new number.
Well, I was under the
So-
impression that if we were just even talking about police and fire, that there was a significant amount of money that just entering into this STEP program was going to increase salaries and wages by overall.
That's because of the
Oh.
because those folks are in the lower salary ranges.
So some of and that's the point I was trying to make. Some of those people are going to they're going to be pleased by this initiation of the STEP program. And some of the other employees, not so much, because of their situation.
We'll be able to see that when we
You will,
get the
yes.
full programs, and
Yes.
then
Yeah, there's
have
some
a
that
discussion
will get,
about that.
there's some that will get there's some that will get a bump, and then there's some that will get nothing.
Except
Except
longevity.
the 3%
Longevity.
and longevity.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we can't initiate a plan or refuse to initiate a plan based upon some outliers that may not do so well as well. And I guess I answered a question with a question, but
Like I said, we still have we still have to tweak
tweaking.
it and get it fine tune it, and so that's kind of where we're at. But absolutely needed to.
do department heads have any discretion to work with an individual employee, at least for the first year of this STEP program, so that employee can be motivated to, let's say they don't do so well because the STEP program has been initiated. They don't do as well as their buddy, and let's face it, they're going to know what their buddy did. People know.
Well, if they're not going to do so well, it's because they're already in that next level. They're already in that. Each department head is going to rank their people against the STEP program and align their people where they should be in that STEP program.
Very subjectively.
So if they're already there, then
I mean, very objectively.
correct.
Yeah.
And each person will see the clear path of how to get to the next step.
I guess that's really what I was saying.
The employee will have that clear path, but also the department manager is going to have that discretion to say, well, this person wants to go to the next level, but because of the amount of time that's required, say as example, that 400 hour, it may be that Chief Claymore cannot let that person go to that class during that year. So they're going to have to manage that when people actually go to that next step based on, but there again, that's their training program when they sit down with them every year.
This seems to me to put a lot of, I guess, emphasis on the department manager and running of their department.
Mhm.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Because their department stands on its own. It doesn't matter what another department is really doing, because the advances are based upon a totally new set of skills and requirements that they're not the same.
Yes.
But then that's where the three of you, in looking at those plans, will make sure that one department's plan is not out of sync with the rest of the town staff. It goes through,
Yes.
which would be a challenge.
Yeah, the department head has to sell the advantages of that particular skill to the town, to these people.
There's been a lot of work on the department head level.
Yeah. Oh, I could see it from the closed session presentation we had 2
Right.
on 2. It was a lot of thought went into it. But, well, I support it.
Good.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? That should
Sounds good to
conclude it.
me. Very good.
Do I have a motion to adjourn this budget meeting?
So moved.
Do we
Have
have
a
to?
second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No discussion, all in favor?
So we don't get to have a recess, go to recess?